Hello everyone, and welcome to the NCLA and PBS Emergency Poetry Summit. I'm Alice from the Poetry Book Society, and there may be a bit of an echo. I'm Alice from the Poetry Book Society, and it's such a joy to see all our fellow poetry fans, readers, writers and publishers back together after 2 long years apart. This is our first hybrid Newcastle Poetry Festival event since the pandemic, and we're delighted to share this with our virtual audience at home. So thank you so much for tuning in. Today we're reuniting the poetry community in a State of the Nation summit. We'll have readings and reflections from 20 poets on COVID to climate change, a chance to reflect on the past 2 years and look to the future. Here at the Poetry Book Society, we truly believe in the power of poetry to transform lives. In this age of ongoing emergencies, we look to the poets to light the way. On a more practical note, in the unlikely event of an actual emergency, please look to the ushers who will direct you to the fire exits. Please keep your phones on silent, but feel free to live tweet throughout using the hashtag Emergency Poetry Summit. We'll have 10 minutes at the end of each panel for questions, and there is a festival book tent on the green outside Northern Stage. So do go and check that out at the lunch break. I'll now hand over to Newcastle University's Chancellor and Queen's Gold Medal winning poet, Imtiaz Darker, to officially launch the Emergency Poetry Summit. Thank you.
Thank you, Alice, and thank you for being here. Welcome. Welcome to the Newcastle Poetry Festival 2022. It's incredible to see you here, poets and poetry lovers gathered in real life. It's been too long since we met, and since we last met, we've been through a time when the world seemed to convulse around us. There's been loss, so much loss, and such huge change that none of us was untouched by it. Some of us learned about solitude. Some learned about living 24 hours a day with too many people, too close, with no escape. Some of us longed for human voices. Some welcomed the silence that let us hear a bird song in the city. Some of us wrote. Some of us couldn't write. We exchanged pictures of cherry blossom and insects. We recognized our own responsibility for a fragile world, an ecosystem in crisis. We learned the science of our interdependence. Space and time went into a warp. Before we've even been able to process all that happened in the past 2 years, we're now faced with war in Ukraine, with its terrible fallout for millions of people. But war was never far, even when we turned our faces away from those other conflicts, equally cruel, in Syria, Afghanistan, Yemen. We've had to own up to the unequal treatment of refugees escaping from the same level of brutality. But poets have found a way of answering back. I've heard you in this time, bearing witness to what's going on. Just looking at the people in this room and those online, I know your words, even if I've not met you yet in real life. You answered events in the way that only poetry can, saying the unsayable, speaking what the heart knows before the rest of the world can catch up. Are we ready for whatever comes next? Do we act as if the trauma is behind us and go back to the old ways, pretend it's business as usual, or take this gift we've been given, the gift of stillness, the gift that poetry has, and remember our shared vulnerability? Feel the bonds of family, neighbors, the natural world, and see how poetry and science illuminate each other. Look past excuses and devalued words to the place where language can be new and the world reimagined. Over the next 3 days, we'll hear so many great poets. I can't even begin to name them all. Our own professor of creative writing, Jackie Kay, is on this evening with Roger Robinson on the Poet's Chair to inspire us. But for bringing us together and making this Newcastle Poetry Festival possible again after a gap of 2 years, I want to thank a lot of people who are here. The Newcastle Centre for the Literary Arts, John Chalice, Teresa Munoz. Without you, this wouldn't have been possible. Linda Anderson, of course. Peter Hebden, Melanie Birch, Sophie O'Neill. Newcastle University as a community has always understood the close connection between literature, poetry, science, the arts, the environment, and has supported the festival from the start. Julie Sanders, Joe Robinson, and the School of English Literature, Language and Linguistics. Thanks also to Neil Astley of Blood Axe Books, Tony Childs and the People's Theatre. All of these people have done so much to help. Robert Seater, the head of BBC History, James Clark, Emma Millen and BBC Radio Newcastle, who've been very involved with the festival, Peter Robson, Northern Stage, Arts Council, England, Claire Lees and the Institute for English Studies, of course, the Poetry Society. And for today, for calling this Poetry Summit, thanks to the Poetry Book Society and Alice Mullen, who's done so much to make this possible. We'll see how poetry found a new life in the lockdown with NHS nurse Romelin Ante, Kerani Barocca, and Hannah Hodgson. Jake Morris Campbell checks out how poetry events can thrive in small back rooms. We'll hear how poetry is responding to the climate emergency with Linda France, Polly Atkin, Jason Allen Pesant, and Sylvia Legris. We'll see how poetry is tackling inequality with Rishi Dastidar, Yomi Sode, Joe Clement, and Nosh Saba. Then there's emerging hope with a reading from 4 poets you will not want to miss. And we'll start off this morning with someone who feels as if she has always belonged to Newcastle University, Carolyn Forshey. She can't be here with us today, but has sent a recording of her wonderful essay, Writing in a Time of Peril, a perfect way to begin this meeting of poets. So let's make the most of this opportunity to hear each other in the theatres, at the workshops, at cafe tables, in the gardens of this lovely campus. Every poem is an act of faith and an act of hope against despair. So let's look to the radiance of each other's presence and each other's words here today. Thank you. And now, Carolyn Forshey.
Welcome to the Newcastle Poetry Festival 2022. I wish I could be with you in person. Barring that, I would love to share with you something that I wrote during the pandemic. Writing in a time of peril. We are all the contemplatives of an ongoing apocalypse. Atel Adnan. Ship's log, May 21st, 2021. It has now been 436 days. The pandemic is the perpetual present. In the beginning, the streets emptied. On the right-hand side of the newscast screens, a chyron showed the numbers infected and the numbers dead. Mail and packages waited 3 days to be opened for fear of contagion. Toilet paper, bleach, flour, yeast, and dried legumes became scarce. Most hospitals ran short of supplies in the first weeks. Nurses wrapped themselves in garbage sacks for protection. By the time the peonies blossomed, 100,000 souls were no longer among us. The skies were for a time quiet, empty of planes, smog lifted, unveiling the Taj Mahal in a blue sky for the first time in years. Rats starved for want of restaurant garbage, and pigeons hungered in the absence of those who had fed them bread and seeds. Wild goats came down from the great Orme to look into shop windows. Like everybody else, the mayor of the town said, they wondered what was going on. Dolphins swam again in the Bosphorus. Wild boar roamed Haifa, and flamingos returned fearless by the thousands to the Narta Lagoon for the calm and the steadiness, along with untold numbers of pelicans and heron. Death's harvest was bountiful for a year throughout the world, the toll now estimated at 7 million. In recent days, funeral pyres have blazed in the streets of Delhi and in some other countries. There is no place to bury so many dead. If I were not so distracted, I would write something, but can do no more than make notes in pencil and a little moleskine. Nothing comes. One might be forgiven for supposing that writers and poets would welcome a year of such intense solitude with its blessing of sheer time, even if interrupted by unexpected homeschooling, too much cooking, and remote work by way of the ubiquitous Zoom. We are, after all, not going anywhere. All trips have been canceled, all events postponed. There is a new verb tense forming in our consciousness, the future indefinite. In Albert Camus' The Plague, while the town of Oran seals itself off in a struggle to contain pestilence, the character of Joseph Grand, a city clerk, is trying to write a novel and can't get past the first sentence. He revises it over and over, worrying over individual words. The town's physician works tirelessly to minister to the sick, while the novelist's pen stalls over a single sentence. Thus, the first thing that plague brought to our town, Camus writes, was exile. The feeling of exile, the sensation of a void within, which never left us, that irrational longing to hark back to the past, or else to speed up the march of time. And then we realized that the separation was destined to continue. We had no choice but to come to terms with the days ahead. In short, we returned to our prison house. We had nothing left us but the past. And even if some were tempted to live in the future, they had speedily to abandon the idea once they felt the wounds that the imagination inflicts on those who yield. What has happened during the past year and a half is that we have, as humans, together and all at once, experienced vivid awareness of imminent mortality under a threat that has sent us into exile from the world we knew. When we can no longer imagine a future, the past becomes a city abandoned, a vault of memories, catacombs ending in brick walls. It is difficult to envision ourselves as we once were, walking in the crowded streets, riding the packed trains, making room for one more chair at a festive table. In such recollections, our laughter is without sound, and no one is wearing a mask, which is itself unnerving. We find ourselves, therefore, at the threshold of the aftermath, not after the pandemic in the sense of putting it behind us, but in a debris field left by fear of contagion, illness, and death. We are emerging in a clearing of potential recovery and the pending resumption of the lives we knew. But what we have come through has transformed us, incised our consciousness, made itself legible not only in the landscape of papered windows and tented streets, but in the language itself. Our language has come through. Late in the century past, Polish poet Czesław Miłosz wrote, "The poetic act changes with the amount of background reality embraced by the poet's consciousness." In our century, That background is, in my opinion, related to the fragility of those things we call civilization or culture. What surrounds us here and now is not guaranteed. It could just as well not exist. And so man constructs poetry out of the remnants found in ruins. End quote. We have all experienced the vulnerability of humanity during the past year. And what we have lived, our language has also lived. Vigilance, isolation, acedia, grief, indefinite postponements and foreclosures, the eeriness of human absence. Our language lived through collective uncertainty, as well as the awareness that it might have been otherwise. When we put pen to paper now, it is this chastened language that will come to the page, whether or not we write about what happened, perhaps most especially if we try to avoid the subject altogether. Our consciousness has been altered irrevocably below the surface of our awareness. Our language bears the impress of what we have lived through, and it is our experience in where it is legible. This should give us confidence that whatever we write now and in the years to come will commend to posterity the knowledge of what it was like to live in a time such as this, when it was possible to see more clearly, all together and all at once, what we have done and what we have failed to do. How intricately interdependent we are with each other and with all life and everything that sustains it. We needn't set ourselves any task as writers and poets, but to remain open before the blank page in meditative expectancy, allowing whatever comes forth to come, unrestrained by our intentions, but bolstered by our faith in the written word. As long as we are not chased from our words, Edmund Jabez wrote, we have nothing to fear. As long as our utterances keep their sound, we have a voice. As long as our words keep their sense, we have a soul. Ship's log, May 21st, 2021. Later, a vaccine, the fruit of human intelligence, has given us another chance. Let us remember as we enter the aftermath what our hearts craved in isolation, what mattered when we were taken from each other. The radiance of the human visage, birdsong, stillness, and the color of the sky above the Taj Mahal. Let our language be commensurate with what we have collectively endured. Thank you and enjoy the festival.
Society for making a festival that is hybrid in these times, which is very much needed. So very grateful to chair this panel of three brilliant poets beside me and online. Most of us are disabled, and Roma is an NHS worker and a health worker. So I think that it is important to acknowledge how grateful we are for having the opportunity to speak collectively in this way, because during the pandemic, even though 60% at least of those who died during this pandemic have been disabled people, and disabled women during this ongoing pandemic are 6 times more likely to die of COVID-19, it is still the perspectives of those who are least affected who define everything about this pandemic, from policy making that even denies this pandemic exists, to mask wearing as individuals, to the ways in which time scales shape how we perceive this pandemic. We are not post-COVID. COVID is still ongoing. And in terms of crisis, for many of us, it began with austerity in the UK, right? And even before that, it began with Thatcherism that laid the way for these policies to eventually kill as many people as they have. Years before the pandemic, the UN declared it a humanitarian crisis in the UK for disabled people. And of course, like many others who are used to having to work remotely, we were pleasantly surprised at how everyone adopted Zoom, etc., with the pandemic's onset. Something that we had been demanding of our workplaces for decades was suddenly initiated in a matter of days because it affected able people. So with that opening, I just want to really reiterate how important it is to hear the voices of people who are most affected and who have been really involved during this pandemic. The word timely is a bit of a microaggression because of the ways that time scales are framed through abled means. The way this panel is going to go is I'm going to first cede the floor to Hannah Hodgson over Zoom, and then Roma, and then Josie, and then we'll have a discussion, and then at the end there'll be about 10 minutes or so for audience Q&A. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome our very first speaker, Hannah Hodgson, who is an award-winning poet and a palliative care patient. In her compelling debut, 163 Days, she uses a panoply of medical, legal, and personal vocabularies to explore what illness, death, and dying does to a person as both patient and witness. Hannah, thank you so much for joining us. It's so nice to see you.
And you.
Debut,
Hello.
163 Days, she uses a panoply of medical, legal, and personal vocabularies to explore what illness, death, and dying does to a person as both patient and witness. Just thought that needed reiterating before Hannah's performance. Apologies about that, Hannah. Take it away. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to screen share because I am deaf. So screen, broadcast, oh my goodness, right. I'm hoping poems. Hopefully, there we go. As you mentioned in the intro, we are not post-pandemic. I have spent the last 2 years in my home. I have unmuted. And in the intro, I have unmuted, but it doesn't seem to work. Spent the last 2 years in my home.
Apologies, I'm not quite sure what's going on. If maybe. Okay, thank you. Okay, sure, no worries. All right, apologies about that, Hannah. We're gonna try and fix the technical issue and then you'll be reading after Josie, if that's all right. Thank you so much. Can't wait to hear you. All right, so thank you for your patience with that. Our next, well, for our first reader is Romalyn Ante, who I'm so excited to be able to see in person again after the pandemic has begun. Romalyn Ante is a Filipino-British Wolverhampton-based author. She is co-founding editor of Harana Poetry, a magazine for poets who write in English as a second or parallel language, which you should definitely check out, and founder of Tsa with Roma, an online interview series with poets and other artists. Her debut collection is Anti-Emetic for Homesickness, Chateau and Windus. She was recently awarded the Jerwood Compton Poetry Fellowship for 2021 to 2022, and her many honors include the Poetry London Prize, Manchester Poetry Prize, Society of Authors Foundation Award, Creative Future Literary Award, amongst others. And apart from being a writer, she also works full-time as a nurse practitioner, specializing in providing different psychotherapeutic treatments. Thank you so much, Yorma, for being here.
Thank you, and thank you for that really wonderful introduction, Kairani. Right. Shall I read here, Julie? Yes, of course. It's up to you. Let's go then.
Okay.
So I can see the audience. Thank you. Hi. Hope you're having a nice day today. I'll be reading one poem from my debut collection, Anti-Emetic for Homesickness. Perhaps I should just say this first. I came from a family of healers. My mother is a nurse. As Kairani said, I also turned out to be a nurse. I think Filipinos are nurses, but apart from being a nurse, I'm also a poet, and I'm very thankful for that. And this book really is heavily influenced by my own experiences when I was nursing in the medical field. Names. We are nameless and all names are ours. Emmanuel Lacaba. My mother's name is Rosana, but when she left, I had other mothers. Rowena, Jimboy, Alma. I was named after the first syllables of my parents. I will always have them with me. My mother says not all names have meaning. Riverside, Manila, London, Corba. And someday I will forget all the commands I did not heed, like the time I did not spin the plate clockwise before my father left for work, even if it would deliver him from accidents. Not all destinations are found in the junctions of your palm lines. Say better life. Say better life. And God knows I am repenting. Say Airbus something, say one-way ticket, keep following the sunset. Clouds are the closest things to my mother. Say United Kingdom, say the Queen, NHS. Does winter always mean? Listen. Can you hear it? The loneliness of stretchers along A&E corridors. And the strongest part of me is the scar I hide underneath my fringe. My mother hides in the staff toilet to make long-distance calls. Someday I will realize the woman lonely in her mansion is not my mother, but a future version of myself. I will chop bitter gourds on the galaxy glimmer of her worktop. Shall we shorten your name on your name tag so it's easier to remember? Say, yes, please, sister. Say, please, sister, can I take this call? Say, Arnold, Marcus, Harold. Say, septicemia, alcohol poisoning, hernia. Say, Jason, Darius, Vernon. Say, cancer, myocardial infarction, query, schizophrenia. Hides in the toilet. And I have the first syllables of my parents' names. That is why I am not scared. A boy sticks out his tongue and says, I do not have a mother. I punch him in the face. The sanctity of blood. I am not scared. Because my mother has followed the sunset. Because she has burned her lips on mash and gravy in a 3-minute lunch break. Because she calls me anak, my child, my baby. She asks, what do you want for Christmas? For your birthday? 1990 remains stuck on the other line. Say, please, sister, can I take this call? My breasts blossom. She can call me only by my name. I have the first syllables of my parents' names. That is why I am not scared. I can trek the mountain of Makulot, my father's rifle hanging from my back. I can carry myself, not how someone carries a cytotoxic drug, but how my mother hooks with her finger a drained bottle with blood clots, the weight of gemstones. Thank you.
brought me to tears, especially because the word anak is the same meaning in Indonesian. It also means child. So next up, we have another brilliant poet. Harry Josephine Giles, or Josie, is a writer and performer from Orkney, living in Leith. The verse novel Deep Wheel Arcadia was published by Picador in October 2021 and was a Poetry Book Society winter selection. Their poetry collections, The Games, Outspoken Press 2018, and Tongwit, yes, there it is, Freight Books 2015, were between them shortlisted for the Forward Prize for Best First Collection, the Saltire Prize, and the Edwin Morgan Poetry Award. They have a PhD in creative writing from the University of Stirling. Their show Drone debuted in the Made in Scotland showcase at the 2019 Edinburgh Fringe and toured internationally, and their performance What We Owe was picked by The Guardian's Best of the Fringe 2013 roundup in the But Is It Art category. And, and now for a piece that is definitely art. Josie, keep going.
Thank you, and thank you for that wonderful poem and the very accurate comments in the introduction. And on that kind of pointedness of timely and what we mean by timely, I want to read a poem that I wrote 10 years ago. I just worked out, I wrote this 10 years ago, and it's in my first collection. And I wanted to read it today because I think it still speaks to some of the same things. It's called Your Strengths, and it's assembled from, all of the lines in it are assembled from government questionnaires used to police the border and the category of disability and the category of unemployed. Your strengths. Are you thrilled by excellence? Are you always curious about the world? Are you thrilled when you learn something new? Can you bend to touch your knees and straighten up again? Are most of your friends more imaginative than you? What is the enlightenment? Can you use a pen or pencil? Can you undo blouse buttons? Can you recognize a friend? Where does Father Christmas come from? Can you walk 100 meters without repeatedly stopping? Can you walk 50 meters without repeatedly stopping? Can you walk at all? Is walking good for the environment? Do you avoid activities that are physically dangerous? Do you make poor choices in friendships and relationships? Do you change the subject when people pay you compliments? Who defeated the Vikings? Can you put on a hat? Can you turn on a tap? Who is the patron saint of Scotland? Can you pick a light object off the floor? If a police officer asks you to come to the station, do you have to go? Can you put your arms behind your back? Can you sit in a chair without needing to move? What is it very important to do when engaging a solicitor? Can you empty the catheter bag? Do you have trouble accepting love from others? Can your speech be understood by strangers? Are you any good at planning group activities? Are you able to fit in no matter what the social situation? Do you ever say funny things? Do you mope a lot? Do pain and disappointment often get the better of you? Do you have control over the voiding of the bladder? Does your life have a strong purpose? Do you have a calling in life? Who is the heir to the throne? Do you lose concentration on a daily basis? Do you lose control of the bowels at least once a month? What must all dogs wear in public? Can you cope with minor changes to routine? Can you complete a simple task? Can you complete a simple everyday task? Can you successfully complete normal activities without overwhelming fear or anxiety? Can you sustain any personal action? Do you always say thank you, even for the little things? Do you stop and count your blessings? Do you look on the bright side? Are you aware of the impact of your own behaviour? What should you do if you spill someone's pint in the pub? Are you any good at sensing what others are feeling? Do you have completely disproportionate reactions to criticism? Do you have unpredictable outbursts of aggressive, bizarre behavior? Do you cause distress to others on a daily basis? Can you pick up a pound coin? Is the police force a public service that helps and protects? What are the fundamental principles of British life? Do you like to think of new ways to do things? Is it a criminal offence to carry a weapon of any kind? Are you able to look at things and see the big picture? Do you need verbal instruction? Do you have a well thought out plan for what you want to do? How many pence are in the pound? Can you see at all? Can you let bygones be bygones? Do you always try to get even? Do you always finish what you start?
Tech team, I hope that we're good to have Hannah. Excellent. Thank you so much. Hannah, take it away.
Hello. Great. Looks like it's working. I'm not going to screen share, but I'm going to give a brief introduction to this poem, which is essentially, I've been shielding for the last 2 years. I didn't see my dad for a year, even though he lives in the same house as me, because he was a fireman and there wasn't a vaccine. And this has been a really lonely time, but it's also been an incredible time for my career because I've finally been able to do things like this. Yeah, it's no small coincidence that I've got 3 books coming out this year. It's because I've finally had access to what everyone else has. So on the theme of post-pandemic, I'm going to read Post-Pandemic Britain, which is in this. Our country pops so many balloons at 6 p.m. Millions of balloons overfilled with relief when the dead have my face and not yours. Abandoned inhalers are forgotten because the only thing they underlie are bandages in the first aid box. Rare disturbances to breathing don't count, surely. Rare disturbances to the forgotten cannot be used as a reason to give a ventilator to someone else. There was an Excel file which ran out of columns, rainbows which curled despite lamination. A football match murdered a friend I'd have met 5 years from now, because 5 years is not considered a loss, something stolen. Such a fine silver locket with too gentle a clasp. Food packages contain 2 apples, half a block of cheese, 7 slices of bread, 2 tins of beans, 3 potatoes, and a yogurt. That is what a week is worth when your legs don't work. I find a note. You are on your own. We recognize vulnerability and advise you see no one. If you need urgent monetary assistance, the hotline for personal independence payments is available with the average hold time of 2 hours. Listen to royalty-free songs. You must talk in the first 10 seconds of a call, otherwise the operator will hang up. If you are alone, if you have no one, if you listen for the laughter of the children next door, turn up the radio not worry about the electric meter. Sometimes you find something beautiful in the darkness. My should-be friend is dead, so who am I to complain that I haven't climbed a hill? The all-accessible paths have been overtaken by holiday makers, buying ice cream from the man touching money, not washing his hands behind customers. I haven't climbed a hill, haven't felt bitter air reaching the top of my lungs. I've wheeled around my bedroom for 18 months. The only landmarks, a chest of drawers, my hospital bed, my pink drip stand, and a medical cabinet with a timer. So who am I to say masks are paper and I am here? Blue veins clearly visible. My smart price skin so thin, my ink is visible. Who am I to ask you remember my body wheeling in circles? Thank
Thank you so much, Hannah. So much. And now I'd like to begin a discussion and ask a few questions of the three of you, if that's all right. So considering a lot of the challenges and crises that have been exacerbated by the pandemic did not begin with the pandemic, has your writing subject matter changed at all during these years? Do you find yourself writing about different things from before or similar things? Up to you. Who would like to go first? Yeah, sure.
Well, my book Antiemetic for Homesickness came out right in 2020, so the year of the pandemic. I've been writing about the themes of migration, transnational families separated by distance and time. Obviously, as I said a while ago, my mother migrated to the United Kingdom to become a nurse. Now, I was a left behind child, meaning I grew up with an absentee mother until I followed her to the UK. And eventually I became a nurse myself. So the themes of migration, separation, longing has always been something that I'm writing about. But interestingly, when COVID comes, a lot of people thought that the book came out because there's COVID and that the book is about COVID.
Oh.
And nurses, Filipino nurses working on COVID, which is in a way sad and disheartening because through all these years, Filipino nurses have been migrating. Filipino nurses have been the backbone of healthcare systems of other countries. In America, Filipinos are the highest number of migrant nurses. And recently, it became the highest number. Filipinos also became the highest number of migrant nurses in the United Kingdom. We used to be the second to India, I believe. But I guess with regards to the subject matter, I wouldn't say it changed that much. But what the pandemic did for me was expand it. And I feel that I'm able to see myself as a poet, not only as a poet who came from the migrant background, but as a poet who's actually technically neither Filipino nor fully British, but also neither British nor fully Filipino anymore. So for me, there's a lot of personal and political aspects of poetry that I've been thinking about. I mentioned a while ago that I used to work in a medical field. So my background is medical nursing. Then I went on to specialism of renal dialysis. But unfortunately in 2015, I was diagnosed with a long-term lung condition. So I had to shift to the mental health field. And at the moment, like what you said a while ago, I've been working specializing on CBT therapy, working with children and young people with mental health disorders. And I feel that there's just so much narrative that we have in our society in Britain that are not seen or heard. And sometimes when a crisis like the pandemic happens or war happens, suddenly the spotlight is on you. And then it is taken away again, just like that, which is really sad. But in terms of themes, I wouldn't say it's changed, but it's changed in a way that it expands.
Thank you so much, Roma. Josie or Hannah, would you like to answer?
Yeah, we were speaking a bit about this backstage. I feel so utterly disarrayed, I think, by the pandemic. And I haven't written a single word of poetry about it. I've written in some other forms, particularly the essay form about it, but published very, very little. And I have more unfinished things and more half-thought thoughts than I've ever had before. And that's partly because a lot of my time and work has been spent on pandemic response, on mutual aid work. And that's taken away a great deal of my brain, or it's given my brain to other things. And it's also partly struggling to find anything that I could say about it. But what has happened to my work in poetry and the poetry that I am publishing, and also in the essays that I'm publishing, is I've been stripped of any vestigial desire to compromise anything of myself and anything of my politics, that I've been stripped of any desire to make nice with institutions that don't care for my life and that don't care for the life of my friends. And I've been stripped of any remaining illusions that I have about myself and the career that I've made in the industry that I work in, and the limits of my state and my industry in being able to do anything for looking after people's lives. And so everything that I've written has become a great deal angrier and a great deal noisier, and I think better for it. So that's what's happened to me.
I think that sounds brilliant and appropriate. Disarrayed is sort of a word that I think a lot of us can relate to. Hannah, how has your work changed, or perhaps it hasn't, since the pandemic began, in terms of subject matter?
It definitely has changed. I've got mitochondrial disease, so that's like an umbrella term for like 30 different conditions that are like pinged off because of it. And my work has changed because I became disabled at the end of austerity, at the end of it. And I kind of scraped through. And the pandemic has been really difficult personally because the DNR scandal, which is a do not resuscitate order. I nearly had one placed on my file. My GP rang me 3 times trying to say, yeah, come on, because of the NICE guidance. So that really messed with my brain. And that's part of the reason why I've been writing about the pandemic a lot. I think it's very easy to forget the different experiences of the pandemic. I think there's been the healthcare professionals, there have been the people who've got severe COVID and long COVID, there's people that just had the lockdowns, and there are disabled people who, aren't even getting the food packages anymore. There are no services anymore. We can't even get free PPE for our carers. So it's swiveled my work in that I can't see people face to face. Haven't seen people face to face for 2 years. But I have written a great deal more because I've been able to travel all over the country, all over the world, and go to workshops, attend readings. It's really accelerated my growth as a writer, and that's great. I just wish it hadn't taken, people I know dying in the pandemic. And it's been a real weird, awful, getting great news about publishing. It's just been really bizarre experience, actually.
imagine. Thank you so much. I think in the spirit of not all disabled people being a monolith, I think I'd like to ask Josie a little bit about your experiences in terms of how that manifests for you and your individual experiences with publishing in terms of how you identify within the disabled community. I know we talked a little bit about that before.
Yeah, I think there's some kind of interesting, well, there's an interesting variety of experience to talk about. So I'm autistic, which puts me, for various reasons, in some level of vulnerability. That meant I got access to vaccines earlier, but it doesn't make me clinically vulnerable to COVID itself. It makes me clinically vulnerable to some of the sort of effects around COVID. And I think that kind of, for autistic people in the pandemic, I think both of the way that the sudden shift in social life and the sudden disruption to existing patterns of life created huge levels of distress for people who relied on routines, who relied on particular things in their life to kind of hold their experience of the world together, to hold their sense of themselves together. And isolation particularly had a number of mental health effects. So I know a lot of autistic people and other people with related forms of disability, neurodiversity and mental health related disabilities. The pandemic has become an extraordinary time of mental risk in a way that is not always easy to talk about. And at the same time, just as Hannah was partly referring to there, just as disabled people in general came to the pandemic with a whole range of skills and demands and abilities to cope with this form of life, that abled people had to turn to us for the answers to how to do things, which was a very peculiar experience. And we had skills of mutual aid, skills of looking after each other, skills of managing networks of care, of managing PPE, of managing medical supplies in the community that then became essential to everybody else's survival. Of course, a lot of people used those skills and have now forgotten them and have left us, right? So that's actually what's just happened. So similarly, around that, autistic people have developed alternative forms of sociality, alternative structures of being with other people, and also, I would say, an ability to understand that there is no one norm of socialization, there is no one norm of social life that can apply for everyone, and you actually have to be adaptable to different people's ways of being with other people, if that makes sense. And so we also, as well as suffering with a number of the mental health effects of the pandemic, we had social skills and social resources and ideas for how to create community and social life in times of isolation that other people relied on. So I think we talk about vulnerability and disability in the context of the pandemic, and that's extremely important. And also extremely important are the skills and knowledge that disabled people have brought to survival through the pandemic.
Absolutely. Disabled activist Alice Wong in the States says disabled people are modern day oracles, which is true. And there's something about, this whole like, oh my gosh, we have no idea what to do. Well, actually, disabled people have been working like this for decades. And also migrants have been, assisting and really being the backbone, as you said, Roma. And there is something about this particular moment of, we as healthcare workers / disabled people got all this attention, right? Like, oh, support the NHS, like support nurses and all of this stuff. And now it's sort of, because people think the pandemic is quote unquote over, as Josie said, we're kind of being left behind. And there's something about Alice's quote, we are oracles, but we're not oracles just when you need them, or like according to your needs for us. And I wonder specifically how, because the focus is pandemic poetry recovery, how do you think we can, better these conditions of, oh, that was sort of a blip in attention for nurses, attention given and care and space given to nurses, disabled people, migrants. How can we continue that? Or like, is there a possibility for momentum against that? And Roma and or Hannah, if you'd like to speak to that. Hannah, you've just frozen.
I think there needs to be a systemic Oh,
You froze for just a minute there. You're good now. Thank you.
okay. I think there needs to be a systemic change in how funding works, because if you apply for an Arts Council project grant, say, you have to have a person on your team that needs the thing that you're applying for. On the accessibility, basically, you can apply for 15 grand for your festival, match funding, all that. But on top of that, you can apply for funding for disabled people, but they have to be sort of named people in your team. It can't be audience. So it's absolutely bizarre that that is still a thing. I really want to speak to the Arts Council about it, but how do you talk to such a huge body? Because you know, we've needed it anyway for audiences. And I think this is a really good time, because we've had, festivals have had introductions to things like captioning and things to, make things easier for disabled audiences and other audiences, carers, new mums, people who work shifts that can't actually physically attend. I think it's really important that things like this continue, because remoteness is a state of being for a lot of people, and a massive determinant of mental health. I have bipolar, so that has meant that sometimes I just can't work. But if I can kind of go back to it before I would be able to on a stage. So it's about enriching your audience and your performers, widening and continuing what we're doing, and kind of continuing to use those skills. Like you were saying, it's really quite bizarre that it's kind of all been dropped and forgotten, and rose tinted glasses, we're back, and it shouldn't be the same, because that shouldn't have been rose tinted. Like, exclusivity of being in a country hall, completely cut off from Wi-Fi, all those things are just really exclusionary and are creating more barriers and another class system within poetry. Like, if you can't attend online and in person, that's two different systems. It's another set of systems that we don't need, because we've got enough that we're trying to sort out. So it would be great if it could just, people just need to try. And I think what I always say is, if you try and get it wrong, people are going to be less angry than if you completely drop. People aren't going to be angry if something doesn't work, because you're trying, and that's so much more than I've been used to. Like, the bar is so low that if you try and fail, you will be my best friend because you've tried. And it's keep trying is my message.
Thank you. I think keep trying, but also protect the lives of disabled people and make sure no harm comes to us is really key. Like, try, but really, like, pay disabled people for consultancy. Really try in terms of that as well. The last question I'm going to ask is for Roma before we open it up to the audience. You spoke earlier very eloquently about how there are narratives that the British public needs to hear about in poetry that that you know very intimately, and I was wondering if you could speak more about that. What sort of narrative should we be hearing more of?
Yeah, definitely. Thank you. I think it also kind of follows on from what Hannah is saying. The United Kingdom has asked so many countries to help within their UK healthcare system. So my mother came here, just for example, my mother came here in the year 2003. Every 2 years in Wolverhampton, where I'm from, they keep on recruiting Filipino nurses. Even up to this day, my new friends in our local community are Filipinos from overseas. Looking at the UK as a whole, we are not just, I think when people think of UK, you only think of London, and whether that's in general or in poetry. And I feel that we really need to open up and wider that gate in order to hear the narratives of people who may have come from different parts of the UK and different parts of the world as well. So for example, in the last 1 year or so, I have probably turned down 10 engagements only because those engagements couldn't either pay for my travel or at least an accommodation, because I had to travel up from the West Midlands. It's either up north or very down south. When I first came here, I was looking through bookshops. I couldn't really see anything written by a nurse, especially a migrant nurse. There's a lot by doctors in the medical field, but nothing really about migrant nurses, when in fact these people are a part of the British society. And I feel that it's not about turning the spotlight on them when it's necessary, but just allowing that spotlight to continue. And how many more narratives have we not heard only because we have only been focused on a particular area of that country or a particular set of people. So for me, that's one of the reasons why Costa and I also established Harana Poetry Magazine, which is Kostas Chalakis. He originally is from Greece. We established Harana Poetry Magazine in order to widen that access to poetry and to really include everybody. I don't think poetry is just for people who, study poetry in university or for the academics. I'm very lucky because when I have this book, most of my readers, I would say, are from different backgrounds, migrant backgrounds, the nursing, the medical backgrounds. And as a poet, it's very rewarding and it's very honoring when you win something, but it's more rewarding when you're able to touch, and sounds so cliche, but that's the truth, when you're able to connect with that person, because poetry is about connection. And in the time of the pandemic, we've never been so connected with each other, but also we've never been so alone in our own home. So I feel that that's really what needs to keep going. More hybrid festivals, more accessibility, and more narratives in the landscape.
Thank you so much, Roma. I guess maybe we should get rid of the spotlight and just open up a skylight, right? Yeah. So that way nobody needs to control a spotlight.
Yeah.
I was wondering if there are any questions now, just before we end, from anyone in the audience. If you can raise your hand. What? Sorry, Alice? Oh, there's a mic that's going around as well, if you'd like to ask any questions. No one? Really? Oh, sure. Thank you.
We've not heard much from Karani, and I'd like to ask in relation to her taking over Modern Poetry and Translation.
Oh.
Some years ago, I was actually at David Constantine's house in Oxford when they were editing the issue in which they had a deaf language, a special issue relating to signing and so on. And he was very excited at bringing that into Modern Poetry and Translation. And I was wondering what you thought of that particular issue in relation to it being done a number of years ago now, and a lot of things have changed, and whether there are things that you're intending to take forward in relation to that area in MPT.
Okay, I mean, I really want the focus to be on Hannah, Roma, and Josie, but I'll briefly answer that. Is that I'm really looking forward to continuing work with MPT. The issue that's out right now is the bodies focus issue that was co-edited by myself and Jamie Hale, who's another disabled poet and activist. And it was really important for that issue to be disabled led. I think I've been campaigning for sort of a lot more inclusion ever since I was, I think I was poet in residence at MPT in 2019. And the poet in residence now, D.L. Williams, is themselves a signer, is a deaf poet. So I think there are a lot of positive changes there. But I think it can always be, there's so many more accessibility points to add, and also just ways of seeing the world. Yeah, so thanks. Does anyone have any questions for the poets?
Thank you so much, all of you, for such a lovely talk. And I wanted also to say, Hannah, I really love your top. It's really beautiful. Sorry, that's not on point, is it? But one of the questions that I had was, there were a few poetry events I was able to attend on Zoom during the pandemic that felt really intensely communal and really shared, and very kind of in the room, although they were remote. And I wondered if any of the three of you had anything to say about Zoom curation, and if there was anything that you'd picked up as being really best practice, or anything that you felt made an event feel particularly alive.
I've got a couple of ideas there, but on that, I really want to point everyone towards the work that Polly Atkin, who is speaking later, has done around this. Polly has been very vocal in the demand to keep arts events hybrid in general, and to build on the learning around hybrid online offline events that we've had. If you go to Polly's website, or if you check Polly's Twitter, you will find an article on all of the ideas that she has gathered around best practice around exactly that, and that's the most comprehensive answer that I think can be given. So that's Polly Atkin's work, who's speaking later. I think the one thing that I'd say then to kind of broadly give context to that is, and this is right at the top of what Polly's saying as well, is that hybrid events and online only events, which we should keep doing, work best when it's not treated as an add-on and not treated as a secondary element of the event, but when you think about what can this add to the event, what work is it going to take to make this work in the best possible way, what forms of sociality and what forms of communication and connection does online make possible that offline doesn't, so that it's considered always as an addition, as an expansion and a growth, rather than a tricky extra thing that we try and tack on. So that's kind of a broad attitude that I think always makes for the best kind of event. Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's a petition circulating a while ago with hashtag Keep Festivals Hybrid. It's also still around if you'd like to check it out. Thank you. I think we have time for one last question.
Yeah, just quickly on.
Oh yes, Hannah. Please.
I was just going to say, I've found that mass muting is a good thing, but mass unmuting, like when clapping on, and being able to keep your camera on if you want as an audience member, it really makes the room feel quite warm. And an amazing thing for me about Zoom has been being able to see the poem next to the poet, because I'm deaf. So poetry readings are just like hard normally, whereas when they're online and that poem and poet are next to each other, it just has completely changed the experience of poetry readings. And I think even if you're not deaf, it is very interesting to see the structure of a poem. And plus, if you don't want to see it, you can just decide to see the poet. So that's like a massive add-on, like you were just saying. There's lots of positives, really, really good things that are extra.
Thank you so much, Hannah.
Just a quick
yes.
add-on as
No,
well,
of course,
because Hannah has said something really beautifully about that sense of connection. In several of the festivals that I've been to, at the end of the reading, there's actually a time allowed for everybody to just get to know each other, whether that's through breakout rooms or as a group. And I think that's really nice to maintain, especially that's what we try to do. We just don't listen to poem or read poem. We want to make and maintain that connection.
Oh, that's a really good point. Thank you. Yes. All right. Well, I think we have come to the end of our panel. So I'd like to ask all of you to give a huge round of applause for our three brilliant poets here, Roma and Ante. Rosie Giles and Hannah Hodgson. Thank you to all of you so much. You've certainly touched us and touched our hearts. So, and please do check out all of their work, buy their books, and continue to follow them. So thank you so much for being here, and thanks to Newcastle Poetry Festival and Poetry Book Society and CLA and Newcastle University. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you. And thank you. See you, Hannah. Bye.
Thank you. That was such a fascinating and nuanced discussion. We're going to have a 5-minute or so break now if anyone needs a comfort break. We really appreciated those audience questions, so do keep them coming. We'll be handing over to the poet and BBC Next Generation thinker, Jake Morris Campbell, at 11:30. So we'll see you here then. Hello everyone and welcome back from the break. We're now handing over to the poet and BBC Next Generation thinker, Jake Morris Campbell, to review the Northeast poetry landscape post-lockdown, with regional events producers and poetry publishers, Rowan McCabe, Donald Jenkin, Rue Colling and Joe Colley. Thank you.
Hello everyone, hiya. Just waiting for everybody to be seated. So hello and welcome to this somewhat large, small back room. In the folk club tradition, musicians come together and face inwards, and they direct their playing to each other as they figure out how harmonica fits with accordion, how guitar matches mandolin. Music at this stage hasn't been designed as a composition or a performance. Players are looking to the whites of each other's eyes as they count beats, note time signatures, guess at where the next chord ought to strike. The Belfast poet Kieran Carson was known as an advocate of the small back room. Most of us here probably knew Carson as a poet, but he was also an accomplished flute and tin whistle player. He spent many years jamming at trad sessions, frequently with his wife, the fiddle player Deirdre Shannon. The American poet and critic Wayne Miller, who studied under Carson in 2013, when Carson had taken the helm at the Seamus Heaney Centre at Queen's in Belfast, remembers tenderly Carson's love of song and lyric, and his commitment to what Miller calls places where artists forge their ideas, where writers make their work, and where friendship and love, artistic and not, are built. It is this notion of the artistic crucible, the whirling vortex of colliding ideas, still spinning and raucous, febrile and not yet settled, which we turn to today. Parting the curtains on this small back room, we invite you to eavesdrop. Our parley on the state of poetry is held in a Carsonian spirit, as we, in Miller's terms, tune to spaces where ideas are provisional, negative capability is tantamount, and conversations are built by a shared commitment to the intimate collectivity of the room as much as the individuals within it. Last summer, I opened up small back rooms of my own, forums on Zoom, where I spoke to half a dozen people involved in the Northeast's flourishing grassroots literary world. We discussed the highs and lows, the history of spoken word and publishing in the area, and their hopes for the future. Each has a stake in shaping that vision. The many small-scale, volunteer-led, and often ephemeral open mic nights, publishing ventures, and slams which comprise the region's rich culture, were the subject of those conversations. Today, as we gather at this Emergency Poetry Summit, with numerous sirens at our ears, I'm convinced more than ever that a city of stories is made a mosaic of multitudes. These and many other DIY and micro-organisations are the beating heart of our poetic ecology. We'd be fools to take them for granted. I'm pleased that we are able to continue this dialogue and debate today with 4 key players. In a minute, I'm going to hand the floor to them and they'll introduce themselves, their practice and their organisations one by one. They've each agreed to read a poem as well, which is wonderful, at a poetry festival. And then I'm going to quiz them a bit on how they see poetry and publishing and performance bouncing back. What is this new normal that we're discussing today? But before I do that, it would be remiss really not to just pause and throw that question to all of you here. What do you think? For the next hour, or slightly less now, We're in this dark space, faces turned inwards, but soon we'll all go back out, back into this city that Julia Darwin wisely called canny and clever, and we'll all try to leave some kind of mark. What will yours look like? I'm going to introduce the names of the guests, and they're going to sort of introduce themselves and their practice first, and we'll start with Jo Colley.
Hi everybody, and thanks Jake for that lovely piece. That was really interesting. Okay, I'm here really to speak about Blueprint Poetry Press, of which I'm one of the founding members, along with Julie Hogg. But also in the past, I've been an events organizer. I've sat in many a small dark room. And I'm a writer and a poet published with Smokestack. And I also make poetry films, so I've got kind of an eye on several parts of this crazy business called poetry. Blueprint came about really because it struck both me and Julie, and it was in a small dark room. Well, actually, it was in a bar in Middlesbrough in the old days. That we both loved poetry pamphlets. It wasn't just, you know, a thing that you did before you had your proper collection. We actually think that poetry pamphlets are very beautiful things, and also, in my experience, you are more likely to actually read the whole thing rather than maybe just dip into somebody's collection, or it can be a total experience where you start at the beginning and you finish it. That's been my experience anyway. And we wanted to give published poets an opportunity to present maybe a small body of work that was coherent or maybe very current and didn't want to wait for sort of 5 years to be published. So we thought, oh, that's a good idea, let's give that a go. And we basically approached poets whose work we admired and just said, have you got some poems that you would like to bring out? And amazingly, people said yes. And so now we are on to our 8th poets, so we've published 8 pamphlets, and we've recently had an open call, and we're about to announce the winners of that. So it's kind of amazed us that that, you know, these little things have now become something so important in our lives. It would also gives poets an opportunity, if they're also a visual artist, which weirdly many poets are, to illustrate their work. So yeah, we're very happy with where we are now. Obviously it's been a very strange few years, but it has to be said that because our poets actually don't all come from this region, they're from London or from Bristol as well as from up here, some elements of the small dark Zoom room have been beneficial. You know, we've had really big audiences, we sell out. So it's not that I'm going to miss the pandemic or the Zoom room, I'm really not, and it's lovely to be here now with real people, but it's interesting how we adapt. Maybe that's what I'm saying, that we're pretty adaptable. How am I doing, Jake? Do I need to move on to reading a poem now?
I'd love to hear a poem, Joe, yeah. I mean, we'll talk a lot about the pamphlet, I think, because Rowan's got a new pamphlet out as well, so we'll come on to that in a second. But yeah, if you could read a poem,
sure.
That would be brilliant.
I mean, yeah, I've lots of other things to say about, you know, the end of the region that I come from. I'm from Darlington and Julie's from Redcar, and lots of things are happening down there, including the Crossing the Tees Festival, which Kirsten Luckens has organised and which will be amazing. So that's in June, everybody. Just another thing that happened in 2020, March 2020, yes, right at the beginning, my book came out. Yeah. So that was great. So yeah, everything cancelled, and yes. This is published with Smokestack. It's called Sleeper. A large part of it is about spying or hiding in plain sight. Specifically about the Cambridge spies, including Kim Philby. And there's a section in here called The Wives of Kim Philby. So I'm going to read one of those. His second wife was called Aileen Furse, and she was a security guard in Marks and Spencer's in Marble Arch, which, isn't that amazing? Anyway, it was in the 1950s. I've written several poems about her, but this is the first one, Aileen at Work. She glides the aisles of marks and sparks, invisible, seeing but not being seen. Aileen, your home county skirt and Betjeman blouse are a uniform for obscurity, an understated version of the trilby and the belted mac. Around you, the new fabrics, nylon, tricell, acrylon. Your eyes slide across their synthetic sheen, no snags on their patina as you clock the hand that slips the skirt into the bag. You can tell the ones most likely to, spot them across a busy counter, then follow like a ghost all the way to the marble arch door. Your manicured hand on an anxious shoulder. Excuse me, madam, I have reason to believe.
Thank you very much, Joe. Next, Rowan McCabe, please.
Hi everyone. All right, my name's Rowan. I'm here today to mostly talk about Slam Fresh, which is a community interest company that I run with Donald Jenkins here. We started trading, was it like about 2 years ago, something like that? And we run workshops with young people, poetry workshops, as you can probably imagine. I'd be in the wrong place otherwise, wouldn't I? So yeah, we've done a few projects in Walker Riverside Academy in Newcastle, and at the minute we're putting in an application to the Arts Council to do a bigger project, a kind of role or model out around the region to work in 5 different schools. And we're really interested in approaching young people who wouldn't ordinarily be interested in poetry for whatever reason that is. I come from, I guess, a working class background, and you know, I think I feel quite aware of the barriers that sometimes stop people from getting into poetry, you know, and I think sometimes it just takes someone to come in and show a group some different styles, and show them some different approaches that you can take in writing, to really like enthuse young people. So that's sort of our mission. But as well as that, I'm a poet as well. One project that's kept us busy for the past few years is I am the world's first door-to-door poet. I knock on strangers' doors and bother them, and then write poems about it. Yeah, that's a little bit about me. I'll do a poem. I'm trying to find a short one. I don't really do short ones, right? I don't have a lot of short poems, so this is about as good as we're gonna get. It's a list of my least favourite things. It's called, inventively enough, My Least Favourite Things, and it comes with sincere apologies to Julie Andrews. Hourly car alarms, internet trolls, dog turds on pavements, cheap aerosols, ring pulls that snap before opening the tin. These are a few of my least favourite things. Flat pack home furniture with cryptic instructions, cheap vacuum cleaners without any suction, ill-informed relatives, strongly right-wing, all just a few of my least favourite things. Musicals, office chat, one-party states, tax returns, astroturf, left open gates, conspiracy theories, anything by Sting must go on a list of my least favourite things. Substandard sequels, those who jump queues, oceans of plastic, squeaky balloons, crumbs in the butter, holes in my shoes, chumocracy leaders with nothing to lose, coming out with no hair when you asked for a trim. These are a few of my least favourite things. In the sunshine, when I feel fine, in the local pub, it simply takes one of these things to occur, and then I don't feel so good.
Thank you, Rowan. Next to Don Jenkins.
Hello there. I'm representing Born Lippy tonight. It's because it's so dark, isn't it? It's like when you go to the cinema and you walk out and it's still like bright outside, isn't it? Yeah, Born Lippy is kind of a platform for all things wordy, based in Newcastle, but we do stuff across the northeast. About 5 years ago, I kind of re-stumbled on spoken word, having had a long hiatus of not being involved in it. And I kind of came back to the scene where a couple of long-standing spoken word nights in Newcastle had like sadly come to an end, and felt that kind of the scene was a kind of little gone, take a backward step from what I'd known earlier on when I'd been involved in the early noughties. And yeah, I really wanted to kind of create a platform that was inclusive. Found that poetry put a lot of people off, but I could see that there was a lot of other kind of allies out there which could be formed. So we kind of tried to put on events which usually fuse poetry with hip hop. You know, the most kind of consumed form of poetry worldwide, regardless of what your own view on it is. Hip hop is, you know, isn't just one thing. It's actually kind of, you know, different, and it's global as well, and it's a form of poetry that's consumed en masse. And then also comedy, which kind of helps lighten the load. And obviously, as you know, as Rowan's just demonstrated, there's a lot of blurring of humorous poetry and where does stand-up end and where does poetry start. It's often a question. So we try and create a platform that's a bit of a mixed bill, but ultimately to try and kind of lift up poetry and make sure that it's kind of accessed and consumed by a wider audience, and basically to try and convert people who say, that's not really my kind of thing, to walk away and go, do you know what, I really enjoy myself and I'd like to come back to a poetry event. We try and kind of have aspects of mini slams, poetry slams, and open mics, just as a way to kind of try and lure people in and kind of get some participation going. Very fortunate enough to have got some funding just before the pandemic from the Arts Council, so we've managed to kind of run throughout the pandemic, doing live streams, but what that's meant is that coming out of it, we've been able to kind of put on lots of events, but I'll talk more about that later on. But yeah, really it's just about trying to kind of make poetry accessible and wide. People have thankfully been invited by the Poetry Festival to take part in it. So I'm just going to drink a water and then tell a poem. I'm going to try and kind of look at this because it's really weird, like kind of performing poems when you can see people left and right. So if you need to turn my mic down, please do.
We need poetry blinkers.
Yeah, poetry blinkers. Yeah, go away, you. This was written kind of, I suppose, written bang in the middle of the pandemic, and one of the things that was really concerning me, and it's hopefully some of the things we'll be discussing today, is about venues, you know, and about the importance of venues to all of the arts, the live performing arts, and what happens to them in the wake of, you know, kind of a pandemic. As we emerge from caves, expecting things to be unscathed, we are brazen in our hopes. We yearn to go out, but what if when we get out of here, there's nothing to go out to? We populate dates and diaries, wishing events to go ahead, with no clue of the shedding workforce, the spaces bled of income, fending off landlords who will reinvent our empty venues into student-lets without support from a system. Yes, a package may now have been given, but we've learned from an age to not place faith in trickle-down decisions. This machine's cogs has different components. Each needs to be tended to, not just eaten up by organizations corporate enough to do so. The grassroots, the little gems, the independents need protecting. Though creators of the safe space, they are intimate by invention. Give free access to outdoor areas, backyard lots, plots of lands, making stages on the pavement, raves and plays be open plan. Buy the merch, fund the crowd, big them up on social media, get your MP to defend live art, call for funding in your area. Unmute the exiled acting out in a Zoom vacuum. See beyond the social distance when we all get back in the room.
Great, thanks Don. And finally to Rue Collins.
Hi, I'm Rue Collins. I'm an editor and director of Fragmented Voices. In my day job, I'm a full-time poet and community artist. I've performed all across the UK and for the BBC, but today I've got my editor's hat on. And so Fragmented Voices is a small international press, accidentally international, I'd like to point out, but a small international press based here in the Toon and in Prague, Czech Republic. We have an online magazine. We publish collections of different writers from across the world every year, which is brilliant. And Really, we started with 3 friends getting frustrated, which I feel like all the best things start with that, right? And we did have our own little cave. It was I don't know how many of you know it, but there's a building near here. There's an English suite, which is a cave. And we were in the cave, and we were just getting frustrated because we were looking at the publishing world, lots of things to love about it, but we were just seeing the same voices and the same stories again and again. And all of these stories getting left out because their authors or their writers didn't fit in somehow. They were told, you know, you're too pointy, you don't quite make it. So we wanted to create a platform without borders, which was a space to celebrate the triangles, those considered too pointy, who were told they didn't fit anywhere. You're going to say, why? Well, we think that when you pull together all of these different voices, you build bridges. You see the world is so much bigger than we think it is. And so our mascot is Finn the Fox. He's made entirely of triangles. So when you put these stunning, unique voices together, you end up with something really special. At least we think so. I mean, we're fairly biased, I suppose, but... So we celebrate first-time writers, translation, the gorgeous flavours and tastes of local dialect, guys. So diverse voices in all of their forms and from all over the world. Yeah, since we started in 2019 as well, I got really excited because I went onto the stats part of our website recently, and I found out that we've had over 45,000 reads of our magazine since we started doing it. Over 20,000 people, different people, have been reading it. So I was like, oh, okay, we're definitely doing something. And we now get nearly 3,000 people reading it on a monthly basis, which is really cool. So yeah. And oh yeah, sorry, I'm supposed to do a poem. So so we've got I've brought 2 books with me today, and I'm going to read from our most recent anthology, and it is. I'm also very excited because we've got merch now. Look at this bookmark. Yeah, okay, sorry. And it's called The Best Place by Vanessa Lampert. The best place to set up a boarding kennels business is open countryside, many fields away. The very far yonder with hills in between, it's good, we're all agreed on this. It's not so much the noise, is it? It's how the language of dogs become known to us when shouted from those places. It's inconvenient, the day and night of it. Who wants to hear the same thing repeated? Who wants to bear witness to that terrible absence of anger? I want to go home. Take me home. Oh, please come back and take me home. Thank you.
Thanks, Rue, and thanks to all of the guests for introducing their work. I'm sure you're already getting a sense that there's many crossovers between these 4 organisations, the pamphlet and what it represents, performance and its history and the spaces in which it occurs, and also a nurturing of the next generation, whether that's in schools or by finding new voices to platform and publish. There's a lot of synergy between these organisations. I just want to sort of pitch a few questions to my guests. And I guess the first one, thinking about the 2 years we've all been through and the adaptations we've all had to make with going online and kind of not seeing each other for a large part of time, how would you all diagnose the health of the North East's poetry scene right here in May 2022?
I'll start if you like.
Thanks, Joe. Yeah.
I don't know whether I can speak for the entire region, but I can say that I think it's pretty healthy considering in our end. Like I said, we've got Crossing the Tees Festival coming up. We've got Vain Women in Darlington. We've got Tees Women Poets doing lots of interesting creative stuff. You know, that's maybe not people who would traditionally have used poetry, but are now starting to perform in different places. There's Blacklight Engine Room over in Middlesbrough, which has been going for absolutely years and, you know, ploughs on. There's a lot of resilience down our end, I would say. But also we're looking outwards. And, you know, from my point of view as a publisher, trying to find venues for newly published poets or wanting to do a whole blueprint event, that's been tricky.
Right.
And, you know, I'd like to do an event in London, but I'd need 500 quid up front in order to do that.
Yeah.
And, you know,
Yeah.
so without some kind of support, you're not going to do that. And yeah, I do want to get back to live events. I'd like to do more of that. And, you know, we used to have the Arts Centre. We don't have the Arts Centre anymore. So, you know, what's a venue in Darlington now? I don't know.
Yeah.
So totally agree with what Donald was saying about trying to find events and needing support for that.
Yeah, just quickly on that, during the conversations last summer, 2 points came up about geography really. One was Newcastle in relation to the other rivers, so the Wear and in this case the Tees, and Joe's mentioned what we can think of as maybe a parallel scene. I don't know if you want to put it like that, but also the relation of the whole of the North East to London, and that really important question about access, finance and travel. So I think it's interesting that you've got kind of set 2 geographic contexts happening there. Rowan, how about for you? How would you kind of diagnose the North East scene at the minute?
I would agree. I think really good, all things considered. I'm seeing a lot of new writers and new voices coming out, which is great. But it's funny, you know, it seems really naive to say it now, but I sort of felt like during the pandemic, it was like we had, you know, 3 or 4 regular poetry nights in Newcastle, and I thought all of those would kind of go on pause, and then everything would open again, and we'd sort of press play, and everything would go back to normal. And you know, it hasn't really worked like that. We've now got one, which is Don, and he's doing a brilliant job, by the way. You should go to Born Lippy; it's absolutely fantastic. But I think we'd all agree that to have a kind of diverse and thrive and scene, you need more. And I guess naively I assumed that those other nights would keep going, and they haven't. Saying that, you know, there's a group of 18 to 25-year-olds who've just set up a poetry night in Sandyford called Out of Your Head, which I think is a brilliant name for a poetry night. And I went to the first one, and me and Don went to the first one a few months ago. And I think for me, that's the way forward now. It's not really about restarting what went before. It's like, this is the ground zero. And I think there's a lot of work to do, and a lot of it is to do with securing funding. And a lot of it is to do with nurturing that talent as well, because there's a lot of young people out there who are interested in poetry, you know?
I was going to say that, so thinking about your work as a sort of a mentor and an educator, do you see this as, I don't like the term, but it's the one I've come to hand of it, like a talent pool and a pipeline? Are you, this work that you're doing in Walker Riverside Academy with presumably sort of 14, 15, 16-year-old children, do you see your role as kind of helping to bring them up so that in maybe 5, 10 years' time, they'll be running nights in Sandyford or Gosforth or wherever?
Yeah, well, that was why it started, because me and Don, we met up for a coffee, and we were sort of saying, isn't it a shame that we've now both worked with lots of groups of young people, and they sort of go through the process of going through a project, and they carry on writing poetry afterwards. But if they're under 18, there's nowhere they can go. They can't go to Born Lippy because it's in a bar, or it's in a venue with a bar. And so then Don started saying, well, when I was on the hip hop scene, we run under 18s hip hop nights. And what if we could run an under 18s poetry night? And it sort of evolved from there, where it became more about trying to build up networks of new writers. And I think that's kind of stage 1. And then stage 2 is to try and give them the tools and the facilities they need to run their own stuff and you know, take up that baton. Is that the right word?
I think it is.
Yeah.
I mean, this leads into your production work, doesn't it, Don? And also the fact that you're bringing in, you mentioned hip hop in your introduction, and I think it's fair to say that if you'd not kind of introduced Rowan to some of the norms and kind of practices in that scene, that idea might not have happened. So the interesting synergies that can happen when you bring these things
I think,
together.
well, there's always has been a healthy kind of sort of system in the Northeast for like supporting youth music, basically, you know. Obviously you've got the Sage Gateshead, which does like swallow up quite a lot of that, but what they did do was they did a lot of work through Core Music, their kind of outreach wing, to kind of work in kind of communities and support youth projects and community projects that were in there. So there's a long-standing kind of tradition. So there's always been a trajectory for like young people to be able to like express themselves, and when it's coming from more without sort of stereotyping, but often when it's from people, young people from working class backgrounds, like outlets to kind of sort of do stuff through DJ culture and MCing and hip hop and stuff like that is definitely one of those outlets. So there's always been that infrastructure. There are obviously New Writing North, which you can maybe talk about a bit in a minute as well, about that does support that in terms of supporting writers groups and stuff like that. So, but yeah, the live poetry aspect of like actually getting people involved in spoken word is something that, like, you know, I'm very, very much keen and interested in developing further and getting young people prepared for writing to speak out loud. But yeah, going back to the sort of the points there about like where the scene is and stuff like that, in North East or whatever. Yeah, we did have like some really, you know, established nights in Newcastle. Unfortunately, they have folded. And in this next period, we have kind of got some promising stuff coming out. So currently I'm working with a group of young producers through an organisation called Poet in the City. Some of you might be familiar with. It's a national organisation, and I've been employed as a project coordinator for that to run and kind of work with young people. The definition of young people always kind of gets manipulated or changed every so. In this case, I'm talking about 18 to 26-year-olds, so young adults, and basically, you know, it's the first time that some of them have had a chance to ever produce something, and particularly produce a live poetry event. So we've got an event happening next Wednesday, which I've been training a group up for to run their own, and they've managed to kind of program it. Rue's going to be performing, as is Shurston Lunkins, but also we've got people like Kay Grayson, who's, for those who aren't familiar, is a really, really good like rapper who kind of like bridges a lot of kind of audiences for people who might not consider they would like that kind of thing. So again, yeah, it's an all women event, minus myself, okay, or those that identifying as women, and like it's all going to be hosted and programmed and run by them. So hopefully coming out of that event is you've got a group of young producers, and that's the bottom line, is there is a national deficit of producers across the arts at this moment in time, and what we need in this next period is to support producers, support the young people, because there's definitely the itch, there's definitely the urge of it. And the Out of Your Head event that Rowan just mentioned, the young people who organise that are people who've come from our audience, from Born Lippy, but also another one person who's running it came from that producers group as well. So already there's people from that group who are already organising their own things and doing things independently from the kind of work that I'm doing with them. So I think the next period isn't just thinking about the performers, the writers, but also supporting those who make these events happen and upskilling them. So it's really important.
I think it's fascinating that these networks, this sort of web of different activities has led to this ground zero, as Rowan described it earlier. And just a quick plug, Born Lippy, of course, is doing the open mic for the festival tomorrow night, and Rowan's going to host that. Please come along, and again, in the spirit, there's an open mic element, so people can turn up and just sort of have a shot. Yeah. Thanks for that, Don. Rue, as with your sort of editor's hat on, Fragmented Voices, how would you diagnose the North East scene at the minute?
Oh, I mean, that's a loaded question, isn't it? But I think recovering slowly, but yeah, as you guys said, not just press and play. So we do have familiar faces like Steve Irwin starting up Poetry Jam. You know, we've got Donald and Rowan cracking out amazing nights. We've got Out of Your Head, which is really exciting. And actually, yeah, as we were talking about young producers, a number of them have come through Young Writers, which is a project which New Writing North does. New Writing North is kind of it's the North's literary organisation. They're there to kind of support and train and bring space for writers and poets from all kinds of backgrounds. And so they've aged up during the pandemic. They're not babies anymore. And no way, but they've got so much to offer and so many exciting things to say. So I love the fact we've got new events that we don't have to just kind of be like, in the old days we had the best. No, right now we've got really exciting stuff happening. We've got young people who have something to say. And yeah, so it's definitely resilient. That's something that I love about the North East, is that you push us down, but like we'll get up. And I love that very much.
I love how everything that's been said sort of builds on this bedrock of tradition and history. Yep. Things like Morden Tower and the events that used to happen kind of in the early noughties, things like people like Kate Fox were involved in, and all that, but it's all about kind of reinventing and things kind of moving on as well, and getting to this new ground zero. Rue, I'd just like to pick up a little bit on the international dimension, because Rue is joined by two other editors, Natalie Crick and Natalie Nera, normally, who's in the Czech Republic. I mean, the international dimension of what you're doing is paramount, isn't it, Rue?
Yeah, it's massive, actually. I think one of the things that we I say really enjoyed about the pandemic was that obviously we were no strangers to video calls. It's a bit tricky to kind of all, you know, meet up for a coffee or a meeting for the press when one of you is inconveniently in Europe. We found that, you know, we just sort of took the software that the platform that we'd already been doing and say, actually, this could really help us. This could help open up the world. Something that I have loved about the pandemic is that it would have been so easy for everything everyone to turn in on themselves and to be like, nah, like there's nothing out there. And instead what happened, you have these incredible platforms, technology, software that just opened up the world. And so many of the writers, we would have struggled because we're a tiny weeny little press to, you know, be like, can we feature you, can we, you know, fly you in and let you sleep over in Newcastle? Instead it's like, actually, do you mind just hopping on this Zoom link at, you know, 7 p.m. GMT? GMT? Yeah, that is a word. Yeah, excellent. It's one of those moments where you're just like, you've been so saturated by words, you just can't remember language. It's bodes well. And you know, and so we've got writers from Nigeria, we've got writers from Korea, we've got writers from all across Europe, and voices and stories being shared now. And I think so for us, the pandemic, whilst, you know, being absolutely awful from the point of view of allowing us to put on events, from allowing us to actually feature and celebrate the writers that we have from everywhere. It was, you know, it was finding that amazing middle ground and being able to share space with each other, and that was astonishing. So yeah, so Natalie Neera and Natalie Crick are the other 2/3 of Fragmented Voices, and we honestly couldn't do this without the friendship we have. Like, it's you know, it's we all work full time, and this is our little project, which is just fitted into the little spaces or the times at some ridiculous time. And although that is changing now, we've had a grant recently. It's very exciting, and but you know, and so I think without that relationship there, or that foundation of just, we really believe in what we're doing and we can see that it's having an impact, I think we'd have been like, do you know what, I fancy a bit of baking. I think I'm a bit too busy and I'd like to make some sourdough, please. Although sourdough's amazing, but yeah.
This links to what I was saying in the introduction with Wayne Miller talking about Kieran Carson, these spaces, that they are artistic spaces, but they're places where friendships are forged, and without that friendship, actually, it's doubtful that Fragmented Voices would have got as far as it has today. So I think that's really important. And I was thinking as you were speaking there about these platforms becoming tools, but also becoming stances that allow us to kind of work in new ways and reach new audiences. So there's sort of like two sides to every coin with this, I think. I've got another question, and we've got perhaps sort of 6 or 7 minutes before I'm going to throw it open to the audience. The folk music tradition, the small back rooms, this is usually thought of as where ideas are tested out, thoughts are provisional. As grassroots producers, publishers and editors, I'd like to know what you're all still figuring out. What needs to be figured out about your enterprises, about your work? Joe?
Yeah. I think because I'm now a publisher, and I, you know, obviously love all the work that our poets have done, I'm still figuring out how to get that across to other people. And of course, because we're mostly in a pandemic, that's been via Zoom. Yeah. So in my time, I've done, you know, big events like Hydrogen Jukebox in Darlington, where we had an Arts Council, a really good Arts Council grant to run that. So we could have poets from everywhere coming and encourage local young people to work with really famous, you know, that was an amazing thing. Yeah. I worked with Colpitts in Durham, which was also had an Arts Council grant. I've done Babel in Darlington on no grant. I've done Poetry Parlour in Darlington on no grant, which is basically invite some people to your living room and read some poems.
So what direction do you think the next?
So now it's going to be, instead of small dark rooms, I think I'm looking at open spaces. Okay. So gardens, beaches, you know, those sorts of weirdly healthy seeming venues. The only gig I've been to since lockdown in Bristol, an actual music gig, was fantastic, but I got COVID. Right. So just saying.
Yeah. Poetry on the beach, everybody, poetry on the beach.
So I'm looking for different ways in which we can share. And I like outdoors. I like the thought of outdoors.
It's making people really creative, I think, in the responses.
Much cheaper also.
Yep, and you can get an ice cream.
And
Rowan, how about for yourself? What are you still
What am I still figuring out? It's everything. I don't even know what it's. No, in terms of Slam Fresh, I think, as I touched on briefly before, we've been running trial projects in Walker, and the idea was very much like test out a model that we can roll out. You know, that's the next big job for us. It's to get this Arts Council application in and to kind of step up to the next level where we kind of roll that out to 5 different schools. And I think really it's, you know, I don't want to get like the little violins out or anything, but it's just been a bit difficult to learn how to run a company, hasn't it? I mean, it was a sort of happy accident, but it turned out that Don knew a lot of things I didn't, and I knew a few things that I think would be fair to say you didn't. So like, it was really useful to know Don because he had a friend who could help us put together like more articles of association and things like that to become a company. So I think it's really that. It's like I've never run a company before. I hope there's no one in from the HMRC. I don't really know what I'm doing now. We're figuring out. We're figuring it out as we go along, and you know that's quite exciting as well. And everyone's got to start some way, haven't they? And I think for us, it's really kind of growing in new directions, and maybe looking at working with different groups as we move forward as well. So it's mostly young people now, but you know we've been talking about rolling that model out to adults, maybe older adults who are potentially more isolated, and just seeing, you know, what poetry can do and who you can reach who ordinarily hasn't been into it for whatever reason.
We talked about this last summer, Rue, about what happens when you kind of formalise and become a CIC, or you declare that you are a sole trader. You know, the different audiences and funding streams that it gives you, rather than just being Rowan McCabe. You're suddenly Slam Fresh, and you're kind of you're an entity in a sort of legal sense. Do you find that quite empowering as well as bewildering?
Yeah, I mean, they sent us a letter and said I was a director, which is great. Apparently,
and you can have it in your briefcase.
Yeah. Apparently, I'm legally bound to fulfil my director's duties at all times. I don't know what they are. But yeah, no, it is exciting, and it is, you know, it's been a lot of work just to get to that point. I don't know if anyone else has ever tried to set up a company. You know, you've got to learn a lot of things just to get it registered. You know, and it does feel empowering to have got to this point, and you know, exciting.
Definitely. Don, what are you still figuring out then?
I suppose lots of people think when they see my timeline on social media, they go, "Oh, you're always busy. You've got loads of events on." It's and that is true, but it's like, how much of it do I actually get paid for? It's the old question or whatever. And you know, I was fortunate enough to get some funding beforehand, but I think like any kind of person who's promoting events, whatever, is you can kind of make sure that all the artists get paid, that you break even, but like often, you know, it's like, you know, you put a lot of time and effort in without very much return of it. So for me, it would be obviously about like, you know, looking for opportunities. Thank you, Newcastle Poetry Festival, and other places where, you know, you can actually kind of get paid for the time, then putting events on and get funding for it. But in terms of like things that like more broadly, which I think might be interest to the audience, is again, as we live in the Northeast, it is a very white place, but it's not a completely white place by any stretch of the imagination. I live in the most diverse area of Newcastle in the West End. And an age-old thing what I did with the last funding bid was about like how we can increase black audiences or audiences of colour. And I would say that we definitely programmed a hell of a lot more artists and thought more consciously about like, you know, programming and making sure that like diversity program was paramount. And, you know, thanks Kirsten Luckens, who's in the room, for supporting and helping us think about that more as well. But yeah, again, it doesn't necessarily reflect on audiences coming in. And, you know, the idea in the pandemic was originally we were going to do lots of outreach work, which became, as you can imagine, somewhat difficult to do. So in the next period of time, again, is going to be how we can support that. But one of the things that's kind of thrown up to me is about the lack of actual poets of colour in the Northeast itself, you know, and that there are people who are, and I know people who write poetry, but it's like, what structures are in place to support those artists to continue writing poetry and continue to make it a priority in their life, to consider themselves as poets or even become professional poets? And that's the infrastructure that I don't see in place for them. And I don't think necessarily I need to be the kind of I'm the person who has all the answers to that, but that's the thing that I'd like to explore with other people, to support and try and kind of develop that infrastructure. And the second thing is that obviously one of the things we've been streamed today is about streaming. Throughout lockdown, we ran events from a place called the Globe, which is a venue just near Newcastle's railway station. And they decided to base their model on streaming, really high quality, as good as you're going to get on TV, kind of streaming throughout the lockdown. We've come out of that and moved back to the venue that we were doing and doing stuff at other venues. And streaming, if you're going to bring it in, is an added cost to a producer, to a promoter, that I can't really afford, you know, without some kind of funding. But what you are thinking about is all those people, we've had these conversations right throughout lockdown about the amount of people you speak to who said, I would never ever go out to a gig. But because it's being streamed in our room, and that might be for a multitude of reasons, accessibility, disability, social anxiety, whatever. And I think it's about, like, how do we still continue those audiences that we inherited, and international audiences watching a night in the Northeast that we inherited in lockdown, and keep those going. So for me, the next period is about how we can maybe get some funding in to stream the events that we do, so we can kind of access people who aren't in the room still to enjoy what we do.
Yeah. Fascinating. It's a process of consolidation and kind of widening out as well. Brilliant. And finally, Rue, what sort of needs to be resolved for Fragmented Voices?
Ooh, I mean, I will echo my colleagues here and say everything. But top tip, don't move one of your founding directors to Prague as Brexit's happening. Because you will have to suddenly become an expert in international business law and tax. So don't do that if you're trying to figure it out from the beginning. But for us, it's kind of growing is one of the things that's really happening for us. So kind of this becoming something which we're able to do part-time or potentially full-time, probably never full-time for me, but certainly part of my week. So we're going through the process of grants, we're going through the process of asking people for money and them saying, well, we think you should have it, and it's like, oh, that's very nice, thank you. But then being able to diversify into different platforms which particularly suit us. I think you really, when you're doing this and you love it, I think it's really easy to want to do everything. And I think being able to focus your ambitions and your energy on the things that matter most for what you're offering, what can you offer, what's your unique gift in this area, is really helpful, because it means you can do the best job you can. So we've been doing our online magazine, which is published like twice a week in snippets, because we want it to be really accessible, because we don't want it to be this curated journal that you have to pay like 20 quid for, and that shows that it was working really well. But now we want to diversify past like our big books into like pocket poetry books, so that people can just shove it in a pocket and get on the tube, or and podcast as well. So I think the last two is that we are so on that podcast, and the other one is that we'd love to offer an internship next year with to help someone kind of get a foot in the industry, and especially I suppose to understand what it's like being part of an international press instead of necessarily just one that's local. So yeah.
Brilliant. And on that note of baton passing, which has been a theme throughout, we've got a few minutes for a couple of questions. Before we do that, can I just ask everybody to put their hands together for my fantastic panellists? Thank you. I believe there's a roving mic somewhere in the room, so if anybody does have any questions, it would be brilliant to...
Yeah, please ask us.
Please ask.
Ask us questions.
Or thoughts or comments. Yeah. Someone at the front, I think. There.
Hi, I'm Sophie O'Neill. I work with Alice at the PBS and Impress, and I'm also the chair of the Writing Squad, which is a writer development organisation. Oh, look at the faces. Yay! So I'm really interested in some of the things you said. When you join the Writing Squad, you never leave, and it's sort of consistent support, should you want it. And I thought it was really interesting, all these brilliant things going on locally and in the region, and you sort of alluded to it, like what happens once you hit 26 and the organisation that says we work with up to 26-year-olds end, what happens next? And just if you've got any ideas about how, as a region, we can help join the dots, or, there's New Writing North, which is wonderful, but they work with people to a certain age as well. Just if you've got any ideas as to how to sort of solve what I think is a problem, actually, because you do want to support people when they get to a certain level, to get to the next level.
Yeah, there's something that I'm involved at the moment, and I say it's something that I'm trying to get off the ground. I hope that there's other organisations have attended a few meetings, but it is a difficult one, and I suppose it's hard when people have got their own priorities, but is to kind of create like a young creatives network. Mainly with that sort of thing about it, like, you know, a lot of the stuff that you do is like funding limited, time limited as well, you know, so about like what could basically create something similar to like what Generator does in the music, where you can create like panel events like this, where there's an opportunity for people to come along to an event, maybe get a chance to speak to funders directly, but like pitch directly towards younger people, and it can be, you know, beyond the age that I'm going at, I was just referring to, but that for me is really about like, you know, how can we work with the other MPOs and other creative organisations in things that might not be from writing, but create somewhere where basically people can come together and have a chance to network and make it kind of like friendly and accessible to people who maybe like are new to their sector and don't want it to be like a minefield and full of jargon that like is off-putting. But hopefully we're going to try and get something like that event on. There has been like a consultation gone out, so I'll be happy to share that with you. And that's like what we're looking for is like for you to then share that with the people that you're working with and seeing like it's all fair and well me going, oh, I think this is a great idea, and they might go, no, that's a rubbish idea. So like it's more a case of like sharing out and kind of getting that feedback and then sort of tailoring said event for their needs basically.
One thing that used to happen, well, it was mostly, I know everyone just keeps pointing to that corner and talking about Kirsten Luckens, but she is in the corner. And, she is, and, you know, it was very sad when Apples and Snakes, you know, the National Poetry Organisation used to have offices and an infrastructure in every region in the country. And Kirsten was in charge of that for the Northeast, and I think one of the things that worked really well and kept me as a younger person in the poetry scene was the idea that, and this isn't to diminish all the hard work that people like Don and everyone else are doing, but and it, you know, it always comes back to funding and things like that, but it was the idea of getting a headline poet in who would be running a masterclass, you know, either before the event or afterwards. And often, you know, these were poets who I should have heard of, but I hadn't, you know, people like Jean Binta Breeze and things like that. And I look back on that as like such an incredible opportunity, actually, like to be able to get in a room with 12 other up and coming writers and have a masterclass with like one of the most established, you know, accomplished poets in the world. And actually that for me was an incentive to keep going. Like it's almost like a level up from the kind of school workshops and things when there's an opportunity to grow and develop. And it takes, you know, it took a little bit of coaxing, you know, arrogant young me was like, I don't know who this person is, maybe it's not really that important, you know, but with the right encouragement and with someone going, no, you really do want to come along to this, I found it so rewarding and actually just kept us going on, you know, and working at it.
It sort of echoes what you were saying a bit, doesn't it, Joe? With a big
It's exactly what we used to do. Yeah, we would always have a workshop between whoever was the headliner poet and the young kids who came along to Hydrogen Jukebox. And yeah, they'd never heard of these people. In fact, they weren't impressed in the slightest. And yet they had the most amazing time. And, you know, not all of those young people have gone on to be writers, but some of them have. And I just think it sort of sets a tone about, you know, you can aim
role models
for something like this.
Yeah, absolutely.
And also, I guess, whilst we're waiting for funding, whilst we're seeing that there is this need, one of the best things that we can be doing is connecting with each other. You know, like we've got our own little sphere of influence as organisations, but when we come together, when we're a collective, when we're connecting and networking and becoming this this region of people who know what's going on with each other and know the kind of gifts and skills and expertise that's on offer, I think the further we can go, the more people we can reach, the better. Like, there's just so many more areas we can get to, and so instead of expecting that, you know, you have to come to this particular place to access creative stuff, you know, there's so much more of a network, and I think that would also be really good.
Terrific, and lovely positive note to end on. I'm afraid we've sort of reached the limit. There might be time for perhaps one very quick question. Yeah, down at the front.
This is a 2-second thing.
That's fine.
I'm here from Creative Scotland, which is the Arts Council in Scotland. I'm part of the literature team. My name's Alice. I just wanted to say, obviously we have strong borders in place about funding, but if you did want to talk to me at all about Scottish spoken word, Scottish poetry, the way that might work across borders, I'm around all day, so just wanted to say hi.
Brilliant. Thanks a lot for that, Alice. I'm sure people will definitely come and speak to you afterwards. Anything very quick, or I think we're probably at the time limit now. I mean, from my point of view, this has been fascinating and has continued some of the work that I've been doing for the last year or so. Hopefully you've all taken a lot from it, got thoughts and notes. Please come and talk to our guests in the bar area afterwards, and think of this as a small back room that's open to all. So finally from me, thanks very much, and thanks to my guests. Cheers, everyone. Cheers, guys. Thank you.
So yeah, if you get that little notification, just say, got it.
Yeah, I just got it. Yeah.
All right. I'm just on a Zoom call with some of the next panelists. I'll see you soon.
Yeah,
got it.
Yeah, I just got it. Yeah.
All right. I'm just on a Zoom call with some of the next panelists. I'll see you soon.
Yeah,
got it.
Yeah, I just got it. Yeah.
All right. I'm just on
Hello. Welcome back to the afternoon sessions at the Emergency Poetry Summit. I'm Teresa Munoz. I'm a research associate at CLA and one of the organizers behind the Poetry Festival. I just want to recap and say we've had such a great morning with the poetry recovery panel and the small back rooms. There was a real emphasis on inclusivity and, you know, working together in local groups. And I really feel like a lot of the stuff was said was stuff that needed to be said over the last 2 years. So really, really happy and so chuffed for everyone here today. And as Alice said at the end of the last session, you know, there's people should talk, we should be talking. And so I just want to say that you're all very, very welcome to come to our reception at 5 p.m. in the King Edward building in the atrium. It was generously sponsored by the Poetry Book Society, and which I helped organize. And I ordered all the good party food. So please come along. It'll make my day. Okay, so I'm just going to introduce the next session. We're moving beyond COVID, and now we're looking to the future and how poetry is tackling wider emergencies. And first up is climate writer in residence and poet Linda France, who will guide us through an intersectional eco debate with Jason Allen Pezant. And they'll be joined virtually by Polly Atkin in Cumbria and Griffin Poetry Prize winner Sylvia Legree, all the way from Canada, Saskatoon. So let's put our hands together and welcome our next panel.
Thank you very much, Teresa. And I agree, it's been a very powerful morning already. Hello to you all and welcome to this climate strand of today's emergency summit. My name's Linda France, and I'm currently climate writer with New Writing North and Newcastle University, working in various settings, asking the million carbon ton question: how can writing about climate change and mass extinction make a difference? And for me, in one sentence, that shakes down as recalibrating our relationship with time and the biosphere, and remembering our interconnectedness across species and the natural empathy and kindness that that elicits. I'm delighted today to be discussing ecological awareness in all its forms with three remarkable poets whose much acclaimed latest books touch on the arboreal, the anatomical, and the botanical. Jason Allen Pezant, Polly Atkin, and Sylvia Legree. So the format is that I'll begin with a very brief introduction to the poets, and then we'll hear from each of them, followed by a discussion of themes raised by their work. And there'll be time for questions from the audience at the end. So please bear that in mind as you're listening, and keep in mind what you might like to ask. So I'm going to introduce all three poets together and then hand it over to them. Jason Allen Pezant's Thinking with Trees came out from Carcanet last year, and I very much enjoyed reading it in the company of the trees in my garden, looking at them with fresh eyes, drawn into his lyrical, interrogative accounts of walking among trees in Leeds, where he now lives, contrasting with memories of a childhood in rural Jamaica. His tender, meditative poems connect with the spirit of the land itself, honoring the Black experience, interdependence, and reciprocity. Polly Atkin's Much with Body, published by Seren, takes its title from a quotation by Dorothy Wordsworth, who appears in the collection alongside other more than human species found in the Lake District, where Polly is now joining us from Grasmere via Zoom. The book begins and ends with the moon, and the poems have a pagan quality, deeply attuned to nature and the body, both not always at ease. Pagan originally means country dweller, and Polly's enlivening, insightful work offers a refreshing alternative perspective in our predominantly urban culture. Sylvia Legree's Garden Physic from Granta is an astonishing, original gathering of work informed by a close reading of botanists Dioscorides and Culpeper and artists William Morris and Agnes Martin, and the gardener and writer Vita Sackville-West. Sylvia's joining us online today from Canada, where her own garden in Saskatchewan also becomes the subject of playful scrutiny in her work. As a plant lover myself, I couldn't help falling in love with this book. The poems act like spells and inflict a deep enchantment. So thank you very much to all the poets for joining us here today. It's great to meet you all, and let's hear more from them now. Jason, if you'd like to start.
Thanks, Linda. Thanks for your warm introduction and welcome, and hello, everybody. It's good to be here. Well, and I should also say hello to Polly and Sylvia. It's nice to see you, even though we're separated. We're connected virtually today. Well, in thinking about how my work addresses the issue of separated, we're connected virtually today. Yes, I'm thinking about how well my work, in thinking about addresses the climate, my work emergency. I was led to, I was reminded of the book Decolonial Ecology by Malcolm Ferdinand, which appeared, I think, early this year or sometime late last year. And one of its, perhaps its central thesis is the idea of what he calls the double fracture of modernity, by which he means that on the one hand, you've got a debate or a discussion around ecological realignment and ecological or environmental decline and the sort of impulses around environmentalism which surround that. And incidentally, those impulses, as he points out, tend to be framed along a Western construal of what nature is and means. On the one hand, you've got that, and on the other, you've got a tradition of attempts at challenging and even at dismantling a centuries-old history of racism as it manifests in all of our institutions. And those two things have traditionally operated in different quarters, sort of exist in different chambers of thought. They've seldom been brought together and looked at as part of a single concern, perhaps until recently. And so I say all of that as one way of looking at my book and my approach to the ecological question, that particularly as a scholar of what many call decolonial thought. I look at race and the environment, racism, colonialism and imperialism, and environmental concerns as I sort of look at those as necessarily as inescapably intertwined. And so that is the meaning of much of what of much of this book. It's really an attempt to, through its poems about trees, its poems about place and rightness of placement, of the history of the capitalist history of wooded spaces, of woodlands, of territory, including the territory of the body, is an attempt at realigning that relationship between the human and the non-human world, that in which the way space is racialized becomes a key concern. So the racialization of space, but also the racialization of time, essentially I look at as key elements that we need to come to grips with if we're to articulate and develop a different understanding of what nature is. And incidentally, nature is us. There's no separation between nature is our bodies. We are nature. As perhaps one of the first points to emphasize. But I know there Sylvia and Polly will have much to say, so I don't want to hog the floor here. I'll read one poem just as a way of hopefully summing up some of those more, those abstractions. And it's called Right Now I'm Standing. Right now I'm standing. Beneath what used to be, I imagine, an impressive tree. Split down its bole, it has sprouted green leaves that will be rustling way into September. At its base, lying athwart the clearing, is the severed part. The color of brown has weathered to near gray, and the footfall of walkers has covered the wood with a layer of dust, and yet the part that has fallen among the spikenard and hungry shrubs surges out of death. The raspberries feed on its breath, and beetles thrive in the slurry middle where the bole rots. Listen, there's nothing as exhilarating as the feeling of life coming into you. Though people look suspiciously, stand and listen. Do not go anywhere. We have been the workers, just the workers. In the Congo, one man had a land almost 80 times the size of Belgium as his estate. We have been property. When I talk about reclaiming time, I'm just thinking about my body standing in the middle of this woodland and doing nothing. Nothing.
Much, Jason. So over to you, Polly.
Thank you, Linda, and thank you, Jason. I love that poem so much. I love all of your books so much, and I love Sylvia's book so much. So it's a real delight to be here today. And thank you for everyone in Newcastle who's watching, and everyone at home as well. So I'm going to start by reading a kind of list poem, which is a kind of polemic in a way. It's got three titles. It's what does it mean to live ecologically, or is your future accessible, or eco-shame is not a sustainable fuel source. And it lays out some of my complicated feelings about environmentalism. What does it mean to live ecologically? If I make a list and share it on Twitter, can I prove to you I'm living ecologically? Am I living ecologically if I eat seasonally and locally, or only if I eat plant-based food sourced globally? Can I put on the heating whenever I need it? But if our supplier is non-fossil, is that living ecologically? Should we all live off-grid and break off connectivity? Can I offset the eco-shame of car use with childlessness? Does it offset the offset that my childlessness is not something I chose for the sake of the planet? Dock 10 points for eating animal products. Dock 5 points for living with a cat. If I go to a protest to fight for the planet and clean up after myself using caustic chemicals, is that living ecologically? If I stay home and save fuel, is that living ecologically? What if I only stay home because of disability? Is that sustainable? Is this the green life? Painful and isolated? To sit at home and grimace at the news is ecological. To take the TV to recycling is ecological. If I use environmentally friendly cleaning products on my own body and on the body of my dwelling place, is that living ecologically? Is it better to be dirty, to save water and electricity? What if I use those products because I care about the planet? Yes, but mostly because I care about my body. My body is a sensitive ecosystem. I am my own canary. Dock 10 points for shedding scales of plastic medication packets. You can never be zero waste. Dock 5 points for not renouncing travel. Dock 5 points for not believing in anthroporn. Dock 20 points for not protesting enough. So a lot of my thinking about environmentalism comes from, yes, completely this contingency between the body and the planet, between ourselves, as Jason says, as part of nature, which we too often separate ourselves from, and everything else around us. And I'm just going to also read two little bits from the end of a long poem that I was commissioned to write a couple of years ago for the Magma climate change issue, which was based on a conversation I had with a climate scientist, Blaise Marté, who works at the BTO in Stirling University. So some poets were paired with climate scientists for this project. And I ended up writing a kind of series of little vignettes, which are parts of this conversation. And the first part of this, which is one of Blaise's phrases, "You can't go backwards in time," I think of a lot. So I'm just going to read these two little bits of this, restoration and charismatic animals. And they both rely on conversations with other people, which I think is really important as well. So not just Blaise in both parts, but the second part, charismatic animals, is also based on two keynote lectures that I heard at the ALEC conference, the Association for Literature, Environment and Culture in Canada conference in 2018. And blends in these two kind of conflicting ideas. So Rosemary Collard was speaking about commodification of sea otters at that conference, in the same panel as Jacinda Mack was talking about the Mount Polly mine spill and her role as coordinator for the First Nations Women Advocating Responsible Mining group. And people were getting really emotional about these sea otters and not about the land in the same way. So this is restoration. You can't go backwards in time, as a scientist said to the poet. Conversation has to be more than preventing change. We lose a set of insects, a different set comes in, not necessarily better or worse. It might take 1,000 years or hundreds to make something different, not better, not worse. What you need to understand is that change is real, is happening, has already happened, is not natural. You can't go backwards in time. And then charismatic animals. Is it cheaper to weep for a sea otter clutching paws in the water than a lake? The scientist herself is moved by ospreys. The poet is guilty of magical thinking, reads each tip of the barn owl's head as a message, each heron as a gift, each slow worm, each bee as personal envoy, her neighbors. But the lake is a grandmother. She has her own charisma. She hides galaxies in her core with her gilly heart, as huge and as heavy as the moon. I'm going to leave the rest to discussion and let Sylvia talk next. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Polly. Over to you, Sylvia.
Thanks, Polly. That was great. And it's great to be here and hear Jason read and Polly read. And just thank you to Newcastle Poetry Festival for inviting me. And if I seem slightly dozy, it's because it's just after 6:30 a.m. where I am in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. So I'm going to read a couple of poems and then just speak briefly. I kind of feel like I'm more of a poet than a speaker, and more of a reader of poetry than a speaker. So I'll just say that the last section of Garden Physic is after Pedanius Dioscordes Materia Medica, and it functions as effectively as a book within a book, and it has its own table of contents and dedication. And his Materia Medica was in 5 books. So I have poems that reflect our kind of riffs basically on entries in each of his 5 books. So I'm going to read the what's called prelude in this section. Prelude. The history of botany is the history of pharmacy. Plants for easing pain, plants for easing sleep, plants to ward off windy afflictions and poisonous beasts, plants for weakness of the stomach and eyes that weep, plants that scream when pulled from the ground, plants that purify the earth, plants aseptic and plants for the skeptic, plants of antiquity and plants impending, plants that balm the living and plants that preserve the dead. And this is, I'm going to read part 2 of a 3-part poem, which is an appendix in the back of the last section, which is called Gazetteer of the Backyard, in which Pedanius Dioscordes takes stock. And this is part 2, a perennial saga. Before the Blue Lake bush beans, the Bolero hybrid carrots, the maestro peas, the ruby queen beets. Gardens over long gone lakes, over fluvial plains, over lacustrine plains, aeolian or windworked, over pitted outwash plains, over mixed null and depression. Gardens of orthic dark brown soil, calcareous dark brown, eluviated dark brown, humic glacials. Soils moderately fine to fine textured, moderately calcareous, usually saline, clay glaciolacustrine deposits, unsorted glacial till. Gardens of nearly level topography, of topography gently sloping or roughly undulating, moderately sloping or gently rolling, strongly sloping or moderately rolling, steeply sloping or strongly rolling. Gardens with perennials that mimic black coral branching like a tree, that mimic saffron-colored laminated rocks, with rows that mimic sea froth, salt flowers, a river with a crust of bi-colored daylily. Gardens with the temperament of pumice stone that stops boiling wine boiling, of alkaline earth that restrains the tongue, with the constitution of whetstone that mollifies major and minor organs, with the antiseptic nature of adamantine spar. Gardens of unambiguous moss, opportunistic moss, outbreaks of rock break, bear's bed, robin's eye, gardens of anonymous moss and closeted moss, Iceland moss, a lichen that passes as a moss, moss that conquers lassitude, moss that comforts the heart. The gardens of unwanted plants and persistence, lamb's quarter, shepherd's purse, purslane, the argumentative and self-important gardens, prostrate knotweed, supercilious stinkweed, black medic. So this collection, Garden Physic, I mean, as with all my poetry, the driving force is my fascination, if not obsession, with the language. And so when I was working on these poems, it certainly wasn't that I was consciously thinking about the environment, but the more I gardened, the deeper I got into this collection. And certainly I've been thinking a lot about the environment as it surrounds me, where I live in this particular part of the world. And also the sort of odd imposition that creating a garden, causes on the land. And I mean, the one thing I'll just say now, and then I guess the larger conversation will happen, is that I've always maintained that, for me anyways, writing poetry, if not making art generally, always feels like it's a hopeful act. And I think in terms of all these crises, whether it's climate or race or what's going on worldwide in terms of politics, that if we don't maintain a sense of hope, then I think we're really in trouble. So I feel like in some small way, just by making poems and trying to keep language as this living, growing thing, it's doing something in a very, very microscopic way. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much, Sylvia, and all three of you. I think what you've said and the poems that you've read touch on all the themes that I'm sure that we'll be returning to as we talk. But that it also gives this sense of that when we talk now about climate change, it's not actually just climate change. As Margaret Atwood said, it's actually everything change. We're at this particular point where of great ferment, of a very particular point in evolution. And thinking more around ecology, which I think is a more helpful way to think about it, because it allows that sense of inclusiveness rather than focusing simply on carbon emissions. If we think about ecology as coming from the Greek meaning home, one of the things that we're talking about is how can we make our home for ourselves on this planet, wherever we are, and whatever we bring with us. And how can we stay open to this sense of being part of nature, rebalancing the kind of the establishment discourse that we're in fact separate from it, that it's just simply a resource that we should generally plunder, invade, disregard, those sorts of things that have been part of our history. So I wonder, with that sense of an openness of the definition and the context, what is the spur for you all in terms of needing to write about it? It's actually an act of courage, I think, to face this rather than to look away, as many do. What is it that means it's impossible for you not to write about it? If you'd like to start, Jason.
Thanks. A fascinating question. Well, one thing I picked up on in Sylvia's gambit is this idea of the organicity of language and nature and poetry. There's just the idea that writing about your garden and about the nexus between, you know, gardening and pharmacology, writing about process, that it's not something that, well, certainly Sylvia said it's not something that she didn't come to this book thinking I'm going to talk about the ecological climate, the crisis or climate crisis, or it's doing language and doing poetry, like doing your gardening, are all organic processes to each other. And I feel the same way. I think that is what makes it impossible for me not to think about the body within the living world, and to think about how we can conceive of our bodies differently as a sort of and the processes of our bodies and the processes of what is outside us as intertwined, as it's because everything is organically linked. And we have been taught from our, you know, earliest memories, and throughout school, we've been educated to think of ourselves as to think of nature as something lying out there that we enter into, have a view of, and then leave. And I think that is a big part of the issue of climate, of the climate emergency, or whatever you want to call it. That way of thinking and that way of teaching and learning. Perhaps what we need most urgently, or one of the things we need most urgently, is a different kind of pedagogy, a different kind of learning that sees our processes as interconnected. And perhaps we need to we need more instances in which we come out of abstraction. In other words, we need forms of teaching that put ourselves more into the living world, that kind of gets us a grip of that spatialized connection, and that spatialized co-naturalness and codependence. I don't know. So throughout in all of the disciplines in science, there you go again, disciplines. You know, we have all these compartments, but in our pedagogies, I think is a big site for me. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think it's necessarily a very interdisciplinary conversation, isn't it? And that requires a great shift in what we've been doing for the past several years. Polly?
Yeah, so I completely agree with everything Jason has just said. I kind of repeat that again, and I think this sense of connection is really important. But the question of like why we write about it, I think for me fundamentally it's what I can do. I mean, we're all writers, so we write about it. I think this question kind of sometimes comes up, doesn't it? That I know people ask me sometimes, like, what do you feel comfortable writing about your illness? And it's like, well, I can't not write about it because I live in it. It's my experience of daily life. And I think sometimes writing about the environment is like that too. And Jason, what you were saying about Sylvia's poetry, that you write about what matters to you, basically, don't you? And we're all writing about what matters to us. And we're writing about it because we're writers, and that's what we can contribute to the conversation. And I think one of the things that I struggle with a lot as someone who has a degree of physical limitation and a lot of energy limitation is this feeling of helplessness that people talk about a lot, and of eco shame, and of grief and guilt and what you do with that. And I think what Sylvia said about hope as well is really important, that if we're not working with some kind of hopefulness and that sense of connection Jason was talking about, then there's nothing we can do. I think we have to be thinking about positive actions that we can make, and forming connectivity, whether that is literally in place and with place, or whether that's through conversation, because I think it's really important also to listen to different perspectives on these things, and what solutions can be, which actually benefit lots of people rather than a certain substrata of worried society. And what we can do as writers is write about that and hope that people are listening and responding. And sometimes I think that's all I can do, because that's all I have the energy and resources for. But it's something. It's better than nothing. And I think all we can ever do is try and do what we can do, and that's always going to be imperfect. But if we do try, I have to believe that means something. I hope that gets somewhere towards that question.
Thank you. And Sylvia.
You know, it's interesting. I agree with everything that Jason says. And when I was invited to be on this panel, my initial reaction was sort of thrilled, because it's in a different country. But then briefly a sense of intimidation that I don't actually know anything about this, and I don't think of myself as writing about ecology even, let alone the climate. But the thing which is interesting is when Jason was talking about the different disciplines and how we think of, especially when you grow up in a city, nature is like this thing out there. It's like you're traveling to this different place from my apartment building out into a park or a conservation area or something. And in a lot of most of my poetry, actually, like going back 20 years, I've incorporated a lot of scientific research and scientific language, but I'm coming at it as somebody who not only has no education in science, but prior to going, briefly to university where I didn't graduate, I was kind of a truant and a dropout for many years as a kid. And so I always had this sense of being, even though I was reading, that those really specialized, elevated areas felt like they were beyond me, even though I'm really interested in them. So my coming to them is purely through my own curiosity and reading. And in the book that preceded Garden Physic, the Hideous Hidden, which was all about anatomy and the history of dissection, it led me into garden physics, because I started to see the connections between the human body, specifically glands, and botany, and not just in terms of construction, but in terms of the language used to talk about them. And it was from there that I kind of branched out into gardening. And it was also at the same time that I I moved out of an apartment and into a place that has a yard, so I could actually do gardening for the first time in my life. And so what I've been trying to do really for myself is to take this language that always feels like it's esoteric and elevated and twist it in a way that turns it into poetry and even brings up the music in it and makes it kind of penetrable almost, you know, and like it not accessible is always kind of a weird word, but it just means that it means that I can enter that language in a different way. And hope that maybe somebody who reads my poetry will feel that same way, that, oh, this is an area like science, you know, science around anatomy or previous work, you know, I was looking at weather systems and that, and it illuminates it in a different way than what we're used to. And I'm probably getting off topic here, but yeah, it is. I've always felt that kind of sense of kind of where's the dividing line between my body as a person and everything else that goes out there. I mean, it's just as kind of a funny aside. Recently, I had this kind of infestation of eyelash mites, and which are gone now. But I was thinking about them, and I wrote a poem called Eyelash Mites. And it was sort of about the ecosystem. I did all this research about inside the eyelashes. And so it's basically about these little creatures living. I mean, for them, this is their home. Yeah, I mean, they're gone now, but it's like everything is connected, and they have some sort of purpose, as does everything that we think of as being pests or weeds or invasive species. They're one kind of keeps the other one going. I mean, everything is connected in that sense. So I don't know if that answers the question.
Yeah, very good to hear about that particular example of symbiosis there, which seems to sort of connect with what we're talking about with nature and culture itself. It's like we're talking about writing as its own mycorrhizal network, and that also this seems again quite organic gesture of impulse to hope. You know, Woody Guthrie talked about the human being. What the human being is essentially a hoping machine. That's what they have to be, to just, you know, get through it. So I'm really aware in all your books, they're all really different books, but they're very connected by this sense of it's not just emergency, isn't just about emergency, exclamation mark, it's also about emergence and this real sense of regeneration, the possibility of regeneration. So you started sort of talking about it there, Sylvia, about, well, how do we do this? How do we get through? How do we get through? How do we get to where we want to be? Manage this process of change and evolution and the complicated and, you know, fractious collision of emergency and emergence. And there are lots of words beginning with re that seem to apply both to your work and to nature itself, this regeneration, reclaiming, reinventing, recreating, reimagining, reusing, recycling, and all those kind of processes that seem to be happening in your books. So before we open to some questions from the floor, I'd quite like to hear about how you sense that, how you utilize that, those processes of regeneration and recreation, reimagination in this transition time in the writing itself. So it's not just what we write, it's how we write too, isn't it?
So
I don't know who's being.
I don't know. Who wants to go first?
No, you lead it. I'm happy for you to lead on it.
Okay, so I'm really struggling. All three of our books have a lot of language from other places in them, actually, don't they? And other writers who appear, other discourses that appear. as well. And I think there is something in that which is really interesting about the kind of recycling, the repurposing of language and of cultural norms, which I think we're all doing in different ways, and very similar ways as well, kind of parallel ways. But I think there's also something about like coming back to this idea of hope, I suppose, in that hope can also be quite an empty gesture if we're not careful, that hope has to have action alongside it. Like you can't just like sit there with your hands over your ears going la la la, everything's going to be fine, which I think has become very real to me during this last couple of years of the pandemic, that a lot of people would rather do that than do any actual kind of action towards change. And there needs to be both sides of that for anything productive to happen in whatever we are trying to change. And I think coming back to what Jason said at the beginning, the sense that all of these systems of oppression and of exploitation are interlinked, that you can't separate the colonialism from racism, from ableism, from the destruction of the environment. All of these things are so wrapped around each other that I think there needs to be a kind of breaking down of all of those things in order to repurpose their parts into something that can produce a better future for all of us. But it has to be done quickly and urgently. Otherwise, there's going to be less and less that can be repurposed. That was very rambling, but hopefully the other two of you will be able to do something else.
Yeah. Who'd like to follow from that? Thank you for saying that about hope. Very important. It's empty without action. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm kind of the queen of rambling, so I'll try to keep this short. But I mean, it's been, you know, during the pandemic. I know it's the first 5 or 6 weeks of it. I felt paralyzed, and I almost felt like it seemed kind of frivolous, if not obscene, to be writing poetry. And then after watching, I think spent 5 weeks watching a hell of a lot of TV, I thought, I can't take this anymore. I have to do something. But one of my primary activities, especially during that initial first year of the pandemic, and my partner is, I'm always been a big walker, but we've been walking to, and especially as things were closed down, because there were parks and things that were initially closed. And so we'd walk in our neighborhood. And then as things would open up a little bit more, we'd walk to other parts and to sort of nature conservation sites outside the city. And the new poems that I've been working on are directly in response to those walks and to looking and observing, and they're all about sort of local flora and fauna, you know, in these nearby environments. So, and for me, it was very much coming out of that, propelled by that sense of, I need to do something. I need to act. I mean, just myself, and not stay at home and be focused on the news and the numbers of COVID cases and COVID deaths, because it's overwhelming. And so I felt like in this, just on a very personal level, by sort of getting out every day and going on these long walks and then going home and making notes about what I was seeing, in some ways it has really heightened my sense of nature around me, and how much is nearby. I mean, part of the problem too, I mean, so much of this, it's because of globalization and our need, you know, I want it now. I want what I want, and I want as much as I can get, and I want it now. And not realizing that everything that we do has these ramifications. They're like little ripples that keep going out, and sort of realizing like how much I have right here, like in this very spot. But often in normal times, I kind of overlook that. And what I'll just sort of, and this was what Polly was saying, that we're all kind of incorporating other voices and other texts. And I felt like garden physics to me sort of feels like I'm having a conversation with all these people and plants and animals that I don't know. And I think in a broader level, it is having conversations, not just with each other, but with what other people have been doing in terms of making work, and whether that's academic or scientific or scholarly or artistic. It's being another RE, just being really receptive to one another and to everything that we're all doing, and for good or for bad, and paying close attention.
Yeah, would you like to add something, Jason?
Yeah, would I? I'm not sure. I feel so much has been said by Sylvia and Polly, and it's now so eloquent already. But I guess I was thinking that to kind of remain with the hope theme, I've just been reflecting on the conversations that I've been a part of, or have been witnessing for the last, let's say, 2 years, coinciding with the pandemic, out of which so many more people want to talk about. So many more people want to talk about walks and being outdoors and just that sense of connection, and that is perhaps reason to hope, and them thinking that there's been an increased sensitivity to how certain issues connect as well, namely the entrepreneurial masculinity, colonialism, ableism, race, that sort of thing, and our human interventions in the planet, the decline, climate decline, and so on. I think there is cause to think that far more people are at least willing to and open to think about that, to kind of engage with those questions and those discussions. So that's something that's worth being hopeful about in terms of path forward. Path forward.
Yeah, I really think so. And there's something kind of interestingly kind of paradoxical about it, isn't there? That there's something actually, once you start paying attention to the world outside, the world outdoors, the world that's not human, there's actually all this scope and space for the non-verbal. So there's a sort of a stillness that makes the words possible, makes the right words available, I think, rather than hurtling from one word to another. So it's almost as if we have to spend as much time, at least as much time, listening and reading as writing and speaking. But this is your chance to speak a little if you'd like to. There's a few moments left for any questions from the floor. This has been a totally fascinating conversation, and I could sit here all afternoon, but unfortunately there are more emergencies to address. So if anybody would like to offer a remark or ask a question, you'd be very welcome. Some little arms raised. Yeah.
Hi, yeah, I have a question for Sylvia, if that's okay. It was really interesting to hear about your work with Culpeper and thinking about that sort of early modern view on climate and ecology. And I just wondered if you felt engaging with that stuff, there were ways that they saw these issues that were different to how we might, and if there's anything to be learned from that.
Well, I mean, it's interesting, especially someone, well, Dioscorides, Culpeper, there was certainly a different, you know, it's been relatively recent in history when there's been this split between hard science and what we think of as being natural history. And there was more of a fusion of it when they were writing, in the sense that there was a sense of how our bodies are affected by not just nature and planets, but also by what goes on in the sky as well, which is a very big part of it. And so it was actually kind of fun to read that. I mean, I'll just make, as an aside, during the pandemic, I've been reading some of the explorers, Alexander von Humboldt's writings, and he was talking 200 years ago about the damage that human beings and exploring and invading is causing to the planet, and people not realizing the interconnectedness of everything. So I mean, this has been going on a hell of a long time, and but what, this is kind of off the question, but what I find scary is how the speed at which things are happening is accelerating, and I certainly am aware of that. Anyways, I'm sort of going off topic, but yeah, it's what you see when I read those writers is there isn't this kind of hard split between so-called, you know, sort of scientific experts and people who are out there experiencing nature. They were more closely linked, and it's a shame that they're not now, because I mean, you know, we've become sort of disconnected from our bodies, and I mean, there was a time when women didn't have to go to a doctor to be told you're pregnant. You know, you would know that by what was going on anatomically and paying attention to your body. And so yeah, I think there's a connection between the more disconnected we become from nature, the more disconnected we become from ourselves as creatures.
Thank you. I'm really aware of the time, so sorry if any of you had burning questions. But what you can do is seek out Jason and Polly and Sylvia's fantastic books, and I'd heartily recommend all of them. And thank you very much to them again, and to you all for being here. Thank you, Jason, Polly, and Sylvia.
Welcome back, everyone. It's our final panel today, which will tackle the inequality emergency and consider how poetry can heal fundamental divisions. Forward Prize judge Rishi Dastidar will chair this vital discussion on Black Lives Matter to class divisions and widening access to poetry, with Norsh Sabah, Joe Clement and Yomi Sode. Please join me in welcoming them.
Thank you, Alice, and good afternoon, everyone here in the room and down the line, wherever you may be. I'm Rishi Dastidar, and the most relevant hat that I wear today is that I am chair of Spread the Word, London's writer development agency. And I'm delighted to welcome you to this discussion that we will have over the next hour on the inequality emergency. You will forgive me if I maybe put a question mark over the healing divisions bit, because possibly one of the things that we will uncover over our time together is that it might be slightly harder than that. Yes, as Alice mentioned, we've got quite a few big topics to try and cover off. Let's see how we do that. But of course, I'm joined by three brilliant poets, three brilliant minds to help guide us through this discussion and the way that we might start to answer some of these questions. Going down the line, we have Joe Clement, Yomi Sode, and Norsh Sabah. I'm going to ask each of them to make a couple of opening remarks and read a poem before we get into the meat of our discussion. So, Joe, can I begin with, let me read Joe's biography first so you know her brilliance. Dr. Joe Clement is the managing editor of Butcher's Dog Poetry magazine and a lecturer in creative writing at Northumbria University. She has published and broadcast her works with the Traveller's Times, BBC Radio and Routledge. Joe received a Northern Writers Award from New Writing North in 2012. She's a first-generation academic and grew up in a working-class Romany Gypsy family in Darlington. Her first book-length collection, Outlandish, will be published by Blood Axe on the 26th of May. So congratulations, Joe, and please.
Thank you, Rishi, and thanks for this lovely warm welcome, everyone, today. It's great to be here and back in the room. So I'm the editor at Butcher's Dog Poetry magazine, which is a biannual poetry magazine. We publish twice a year, and we put 2 calls out, and from around 3,000 submissions, we pick 24 to 25 poems at a time and put them together in this beautiful beast, which is the dog. And today, really, in that capacity as Butcher's Dog's managing editor, I wanted to talk a little bit about Wagtail, which is the publication that we put out, our first ever anthology, which came out last November. And this was funded by the European Roma Institute for Arts and Culture, and we were very kindly given a grant to put this anthology together and a series of workshops. And this is quite a unique publication for Butcher's Dog because it is the first anthology that we've ever published. Usually our magazine is an assemblage of anonymously sifted works. And so I'm going to read just a section from Wagtail, the preface in here, so that you can get a taste for the relevance of this anthology. Wagtails are birds of the margins. They nest in geographic edges, waysides and waterways. They seek shelter in gaps between stone walls. Spotting pied wagtails has been a joy forever since my Granda Jack told me that their presence meant our people, gypsies, were near. The first time we saw one together, I was 7 years old, eating an ice lolly in a service station on the way to Appleby Horse Fair. A tiny black and white bird sprinted over the concrete as if its life depended on it, paused to wag its long tail, and then off it went again. Whenever a wagtail races by, I find myself suddenly perched on his knee again. Reality somehow blurs. I'm wearing his straw hat, and his shovel-wide hand cuts through the scene, pointing. See that bird, Joanne Louise? That's us. Now, to be heard in seemingly liberal spaces of expression and solidarity, Roma must battle multiple personal barriers, social expectations, and institutional oppressions. We need inclusive spaces and supportive peers willing to educate themselves to help us outwit and outrun such restraints. We need folks to see us, not as literature positions us or society maligns us, but as we are, as Ian Hancock outlines in his brilliant Threatened Literature anthology. The Roma negotiate the consequences of a largely untold and unreal history. It's not enough for us to step into the light. We must also interrogate effigies of the past that serve to malign and marginalise us. On the subject of safe spaces, activism must be wholly inclusive, lest it become another form of oppression. In this spirit, the call for Roma women poets welcomed our fluid, non-binary and transgender friends alike. Questions poured in from applicants. I'm half Roma, can I participate? Others were concerned. My English is not good, I've never written a poem. Most demonstrated what I've come to recognise as a conventional tentativeness within our community. I have Roma heritage. Please, can I join in? Every applicant was accepted. And I'll just read you one poem from the anthology, just to give you a taste. When I find it. So this is a poem by Frances Roberts Riley, who is a Welsh English gypsy and a descendant of the Abram Wood family of fiddlers, harpists and storytellers. And it's written for her Puri, which is Romanes for nanny. Posthumous forgiveness. I'm writing you 90 years later and 3,000 miles away from our silenced shame. My mouth, ashes that have scalded. I'm writing while you were the scapegoat spells the family have given you. Such is the mind's survival, in stress, the inability to rise. I see your depression mumbling after those ECT shocks, your ghost eyes blank as if swallowing shadows. I think it's time for us to abandon these cruelties, cast off the spell, for us to speak so softly and respectfully, vindicating you, my Puri Gwen.
Thank you, Joe. And next down the line is Yomi Shode. Yomi is an award-winning Nigerian-British writer. He is a recipient of the 2019 Jowett Compton Poetry Fellowship and was shortlisted for the Brunel International African Poetry Prize of 2021. His acclaimed one-man show, Coat, toured nationally to sold-out audiences, including at the Brighton Festival, Roundhouse Camden and the Battersea Arts Centre. In 2020, his libretto Remnants, written in collaboration with award-winning composer James B. Wilson and performed with the Chineke Orchestra, premiered on BBC Radio 3. In 2021, his play And Breathe premiered at the Almeida Theatre to rave reviews, and it really is superb. Yomi is a Complete Works alumnus and a member of Malika's Poetry Kitchen. He's the founder of Boxed In, First Five, The Daddy Diaries, and mentorship program 12 and 12, which I'm sure we'll hear about in a bit. And his debut collection, Mannerism, will be published by Penguin later on this year.
Afternoon. Everyone can hear me? Awesome sauce. It's good to see you all. Yeah, I suppose I was just thinking about the discussion that we're shortly going to have. I was thinking around power and what power means when we're talking about equality and inequality. In a lot of the research that I've been doing in relation to writing towards the book, I've just been looking into power and what power means. And in thinking about my own kind of trajectory and journey within poetry and within spoken word, is power that plays its part when we're talking about page and stage and all these different things as well. Not to mention the community and how they access events and whether they feel welcome to events that can be looking into poetry or spoken word, or how we might look to discuss that a bit further. And I think that's a lot of what is driving some of my thinking points, and I hope you all have similar things in relation to what your relationship might be in relation to power. So I'm going to read a poem that's titled L'appel de vide. L'appel de vide is a French idiom, and I don't know, it translates as the call of the void. I can try to describe to you, so if you're at a train station, for example, you're waiting by the platform, you know that there's a train coming, and you're standing right by the edge of it, and you have a moment, and you're thinking, Or if you're driving on a motorway, and then you're thinking, what happens if I'd like turn into oncoming traffic if they're whizzing at like 70 miles per hour or something like that? That's l'appel de vide. There's great research around it. I would actually implore you to look at it. But in thinking about this poem, it reminds me of what we're going to be discussing a lot here, because there was a lot of frustration that happens. And I found myself at a point where I was internalizing so much with very little kind of output in terms of what are my options, or if I was to try to speak on some of these things, would people be there to actually listen to it? So what tends to happen is a lot of compartmentalizing as a result of it. And I'm finding myself almost putting myself in points of danger when I know that there's things and thoughts that I need to get across. So this is l'appel de vide. Cause, knife in hand, I cut the top off and score a deep cross in the okra. Top down, I begin slicing sideways through its body, watching its sticky seeds latch onto me like a newborn's grip to an adult finger. Plaster in sight, I up my pace, feeling the knife on my thumb like light jabs on flesh, teasing a cut. My lady asks what's wrong. I say nothing. I ask why. She says that I've been grinding my teeth again while I sleep, that nudges to my ribs do nothing to stop it. She hears them in the night like a pestle in its mortar. The aisle of a shop in Dalston, the weight of a uniform of a stranger flattened a man's lungs the same way I'd sits to deflate a mattress. Nameless are the boulders that rocked side to side on Rashawn Charles until stillness seized them. Justice is an autopsy with no apology. Okra on the stove to boil. I begin to peel the mackerel, thumbing through its glossed skin, only half enters a pot. Then a sprinkle of Maggi and a satire of my mother's stirring. The flames burst uninvited in the building, climbing through sleep, late dinners and bath time, droplets of water burned from skin. What witnesses attended them? No sensors recognized the screams, few smoke alarms. Outside, loud hailers sank beneath a wall of sound. How many buried names approved the cladding? The night before last, I woke, questioning what's happening to the men in my life. Just yesterday, the hypocrite in me dared to ask one of the man them why he holds his anger in. Just yesterday, I longed for a pull of lemon haze, then reminded myself why I decided not to learn how to roll. I called out a friend's attempt at banter last week. Online, an onslaught of my own projections landed in his inbox. There are traumas that cannot be wiped. It felt good. It felt right. Until his sorry shone a reflection. Until my lady chuckled at my seriousness. It was meant to be funny, I said. I don't get white humor, I thought to reply. I'm sorry. My son turns his back to me yet again when I tell him off. He too has mastered society's way of silencing me. Angered, I turn him, forward-facing, stern. His eyes are closed. He too has mastered the art of choosing what to see. My brethren stops and advises me, bro, the hammer, loud treating everything like it's nails. A Roanoke nightmare in Virginia. Outside the church they stood, chanting the plight of their whiteness, holding tiki torches, even there in the expression of their anger, in depth to what's not theirs. Earlier that day, a black policeman was instructed to guard neo-Nazi campaigners from attack. His mouth on a leash, his blood an implosion of anaphia, a waving of flags behind him. My lady asks, what's wrong? I say everything. I pour gari into scalding water and stir gently. It bubbles. pops like lava landing on my novice skin. Love is faint if my wrist does not ache while I form its body with a turning stick. A slab of eba, ila, or miobe, an error on a plate. My hand cupping, blowing, and layering. My teeth grinding solids into nothings. Thank you.
Thank you, Yanni. And to my left, Norsh Saba is a writer, editor, critic and educator based in the West Midlands. In 2019, she co-founded Poetry Birmingham Literary Journal, where she's currently editor and publishing director. Norsh also co-founded Paulina Press, where she's editor-at-large, and she currently serves as a trustee at Poetry London. Her writing has appeared in the Poetry Review, the TLS, PN Review, the Dark Horse, Modern Poetry in Translation, and elsewhere. She was shortlisted for the Royal Society of Literature's 2021 Sky Arts Writers Award. Her debut pamphlet, Litanies, was published by Guillemot Press in November 2021, and she's a visiting lecturer in creative writing at Birmingham City University. Norsh.
Thanks, Rishi. Hi, everyone. It's lovely to be here, and it's been wonderful to sit through the other panels as well. I feel like the conversation that we're going to have does intersect and sort of speak with, you know, things that Roma said, things that Rue talked about, and Sylvia. From each of the panels, I feel like I've been left with sort of things to think about and bring into this conversation. My own work, Litanies, as Rishi mentioned, I didn't really feel that I could bring that into this space or any of the new writing that I'm doing and frame it in terms of inequality. So I looked at what I just put in my bag to come up to Newcastle and thought, what can I read that will help us think about this? And so I'm going to read Afterwards by Thomas Hardy, and then I'll talk a little bit about Poetry Birmingham. Afterwards. When the present has latched its postern behind my tremulous stay, and the May month flaps its glad green leaves like wings, delicate filmed as new-spun silk, will the neighbours say he was a man who used to notice such things? If it be in the dusk when, like an eyelid's soundless blink, the dewfall hawk comes crossing the shades to a light upon the wind-warped upland thorn, a gazer may think, to him this must have been a familiar sight. If I pass during some nocturnal blackness, mothy and warm, when the hedgehog travels furtively over the lawn, one may say, he strove that such innocent creatures should come to no harm, but he could do little for them, and now he is gone. If, when hearing that I have been stilled at last, they stand at the door, watching the full-starred heavens that winter sees, will this thought rise on those who will meet my face no more? He was one who had an eye for such mysteries. And will any say, when my bell of quittance is heard in the gloom, and a crossing breeze cuts a pause in its outrollings, till they rise again, as they were a new bell's boom, he hears it not now, but used to notice such things. That probably comes at it a little bit slant, which is my favourite kind of poetry, really. And I hate to append commentary to a poem, but of course it made me think about, you know, what are the things that we're noticing, and what are the things that people will say about the work that we did, and how will they sort of think about that when we're gone, you know, from, you know, our fleeting moment. And I'll talk a little bit about editing this thing. It's Poetry Birmingham Literary Journal. That's our current issue. The new one's due out next month. And I suppose when I think about inequality in relation to poetry, and I think a lot of the panels here today and you know, a lot of poetry festivals or literary festivals, I was having a conversation about this upstairs. I feel like a lot of the conversation is people who work in poetry talking about working in poetry, and people who run organisations to do with poetry talking about their careers in that space and where they're going, and inequalities for creative people and for writers. And I think already it's worth mentioning that that's a really elite sort of space anyway. You know, the fact that we've got
you know, we're in the sort of position where we can sit here and talk about writing poems and publishing poems and having a career in poetry, and our, you know, the organisations that we work in or the things that we've published, who already is not part of that conversation and doesn't have a place in that conversation. And I think about that a lot because that person was me not too many years ago. And my relationship with poetry was only ever a relationship between me and a book that I was holding. It was never a relationship with a community, with creative peers or a professional or an artistic sort of thing. It was just me as a reader picking up a book, and that's how I engaged with poems. And so often when I hear or think about organisations and poetry community, I'm thinking from that place where I was maybe 4 years ago, which I'm not in anymore. Of course, I'm implicated in all of those things now, and I'm part of that space now. But I do think back to that and think, well, the position that I was in, how did I feel about it? And how I felt about it was that none of it was for me and I couldn't access any of it. And I was not the sort of person that went to literary festivals like this and sat in an audience. I don't talk about them generally in the public sphere, like on social media. Note, please, people who might be tweeting this. And I'm no longer use Twitter, but, you know, I was a stay-at-home mom of 3 young children. So the poems that I were interested in were poems that I could read to my kids, that they could memorize, things that I looked at school. I wanted to write. I had this ambition towards writing, and I did write privately in my bedroom, really embarrassing sort of poems, and didn't know what to do with them. And then at some point that switch hit that, well, I would like to also be published. And it was only when I approached it from that point of view of I want to be published that I engaged at all with contemporary literary culture and poetry culture. Before that point, it just seemed completely irrelevant to me. I feel like contemporary poetry is an acquired literary poetry, things that are branded in that sort of way or seen in that through that sort of framing, are very much an acquired taste, and also that they're very much for a certain sort of person. And to me, that person was middle class or upper class even. We often say middle class, really we mean upper class. And they were academics largely. And they weren't stay-at-home moms of 3 like me who grew up in Sparkbrook and didn't have an English degree and didn't have any friends who were writers and didn't have any, way in, and couldn't go and be part of a scene and immerse myself in a scene because I've got the kids to put to bed and make their dinner for, and it's not my world. And so even though Birmingham as a city had lots of things going on, there's lots of open mic nights, there's monthly events going on, there's creative writing courses, there's stuff like that happening, I felt like none of that was something I could access until I went to decided to give myself that little bit of time away from the kids and do a part-time self-funded MA in creative writing, because I didn't have anything above, I didn't do like an A-level or a degree in English literature. And so I felt really like I want to get published, but I haven't got the permission or the qualifications to do that. Where do I go to get that? A university. So I turned to an institution. And doing that part-time really did make me feel like, oh, I can actually do this, because suddenly there was someone I could share my work with, someone who could take it seriously and made me feel like that's something you can do. But then again, I hit up against these barriers, feeling like I don't want to spend years in slush piles, like a poetry review or wherever, the sort of places I want to be published, where I don't know anybody and I probably can't get published at all. So why is there not something like that in Birmingham? There's lots of open mic nights, there's lots of spoken word, and it feels as though people like me who are from a working class background, people who are like me, my friends, black and Asian, working class sort of people who are not from a literary sort of caliber with all these accolades and doctorates and in post-colonial or decolonial literature and whatever else it might be. People like that are seen as acceptable on a spoken word stage, on an open mic night. That's where they belong. They're writing about race. They're writing about Islamophobia. We can take them, it makes sense that they're there, and then we can ignore them. And I didn't want to be engaging with that stuff. It didn't interest me. So I made this. And again, like Rue said, it started as three friends sort of saying, why isn't there a literary journal in Birmingham? It's the second city. We haven't got anything like that. No one else is doing it. We might as well do it. And so it was very much not setting out to do something about inequality per se, but setting out to make a space for people like us who I didn't see in poetry, and the people that I was seeing who I assumed others should say, you know, this is your representation, this is the diversity that we've got, were not people I could relate to. They were still all academics, they were still all upper class, they were still all Oxford graduates or went to public, you know, private schools and things like that, and it didn't relate to me and my city and where I was and the life I was living. So that's how I've approached it.
Brilliant, thank you so much. As you can hear, there's lots to dig into there, and so many brilliant themes that we can start to pull upon. If possible, I'd like us to think about inequality within publishing and then broaden out, if that's all right, because the picture that we've just heard painted is a familiar one, I think, to lots of us in terms of that difficulty of access, that difficulty of getting started, the way that these spaces can be and do feel elite and closed off. So to throw it to Joe in particular, how have you found what you characterised as those liberal spaces of expression, and to your mind, what can institutions do to become more inclusive, more welcoming, actually make the path that Norsh just described potentially easier, potentially more welcoming?
It's a good question, and it's a hard question, I think, for a publisher to answer, really, particularly someone who's from one of those marginal corners, you know. So I think first we really need to define what we mean by the inequality emergency and to put it into context of what that might mean for people who aren't in this room today, because, you know, there are currently multiple social emergencies that are happening. As someone who grew up in poverty on a council estate in the northeast, you know, I'm looking at the way that the world's working at the moment, and food bank usage has gone up by 81% in the past year. The working poor of this country have seen the cost of living go up, but they've seen a cut to a proposed £20 uplift on universal credit. You know, there's predictions that 1.3 million people will be in living poverty by this time next year. And I understand that we're here to talk about poetry and that poetry is important and that we need to be hopeful about that, but I also think we need to countenance the fact that what is happening out there for, say, a family in Byker is going to be very different from the reality, perhaps, for people in this room. You know, they're not arguing over which poetry magazine subscription they're going to take out. They're deciding whether or not to heat their house or feed their children. And so the question really is, when we talk about engaging the public with poetry, who do we mean by the public? Which publics are we trying to engage with poetry, and why? You know, is it going to sustain that person's life? You can't eat a poem, you know, as tasty as some of them are. And yeah, that's kind of the harsh reality that we have with poverty. You know, it strips you of the pleasures that arts and that culture can bring you. It reduces you down to survival mode. And you know, it's no coincidence we're here today in Newcastle, and this is the place where I, Daniel Blake, was filmed, you know, in and around the city. And that film demonstrates how you're only ever one paycheck away from being destitute. You know, the ways that people can fall into poverty, ill health, precarious jobs, breakdowns in relationships. So I think a lot of the things that we've, you know, covered in terms of the panels today really touch on that and really highlight how close we all are to that moment. And so if we're going to talk, really talk, about the inequality emergency, then I think it needs to be led by a very frank discussion about what our government has been doing to people, to vulnerable people, for the past 12 years, and the fact that those people are more likely to be people of colour, the fact that those people are more likely to be disabled, to be working class. And so if you're in this room and you haven't voted yet, please go now, go and do something, because, you know, as radical an act as a poem is, reading a poem and writing a poem, it can only go so far.
Which then, yeah, please. Yomi, I think that then leads us to the question of knowing that picture that Joe has painted. Why poetry? What is the use and role of poetry when we are in the crisis that we're in?
Not an easy question, is it, Rishi? Thanks, cheers for that.
Sorry.
I'm gonna, I guess the best way for me to answer it is from, for the most part, my own personal experience. So, yeah, I run an event called Boxed In, and Boxed In is in Shoreditch, and it's a monthly poetry event. The pandemic kind of messed with things, but up until the point of the pandemic, it was running for 8 years. And the first, I think easily the first 4 or so years was out of my pocket in terms of, and my co-founders out of our pockets, literally, in terms of booking featured artists. I'll get paid from work, and I would just set some money aside from that, and I would literally just pay that. We'll pay the features. It was an open mic and what have you. Essentially, and for me, I guess I'm answering, in way of answering that is I've never, things around funding, things around like, oh, but people can't access, we can't run this night if we don't have any funds. It's never necessarily set for me, right? And I take the hit. I totally get that. But at the same time, if you're talking about poetry, I think there's such a, for every time I've kind of led with that guttural feeling on my side, there's something that's happening in the world, and there's a space that's been created for people to speak on that, for an audience to be there to listen to those words and to share in everything that's happening. And it's not let me down. So we caught up on a nice Zoom over the weekend on a Sunday, nice day, it was awesome. And in that time I shared that I piloted this mentoring program that I started in May 2021 called 12 and 12. And the only reason I started 12 and 12 was I started to kind of get into the nooks and crannies of editing my collection, and I realized how lonely, no one told me how lonely this process was. It was so super lonely in terms of editing this book, and I was just like, it's just me. We're going through this pandemic from like 2020 going into 2021. I got no one to go and see and just talk about how lonely this process is. What do I do? Help me, somebody. And then I thought, what might be quite awesome is, what if I just reach out and just kind of put like a newsletter out and say, I'm at home, I'm not going anywhere. Who would like to join me in one-to-ones, and I'd do some masterclasses for 12 months, because the kind of up to that point, it was May 2022 that the book was scheduled to come out. I'm like, oh, I got 12 months to toy about with this, 12 and 12. Cool, awesome. So the plan was out, we got mentors, we got some mentees in, people joined, and then I said, you know what, this is going to be so long to reach out to Arts Council, to go for this funding, to do this, to do that. So I reached out to organizations and I said, if you support writers so much, if your kind of manifesto, your ethos is supporting writers so much, put your money where your mouth is. Because a lot of these programs, they're charging £20 per masterclass, some charging even way more. To Joel's point, people cannot afford this, right? What can we do? What can you do as organizations do? So thankfully, 7 orgs came back to sponsor some writers, which was beautiful for the year, which was awesome. The masterclasses that I run them at such a price that people are coming to me saying, why are you undercutting yourself? You've been doing it for so long. Why are you doing that? And for me, my response is, like I spoke, in the Zoom, and I said, to me, it's never necessarily been about the money. Like, to have people in a space like Andrew McMillan, for example, who done the first masterclass, and people are just like, but we've seen Andrew, like, he's right here. And we paid like, how much just for him to join? Those things are what's important to me. In the same way that the events that I've ran, people can come in there for free and enjoy themselves. And this is my part, because a lot of my work is community driven. And one of my biggest fears, one of my biggest anxieties is that I get to a point that I might forget that. And that is so these things, to a certain degree, it keeps me as grounded and on the floor to kind of see, all right, what is it? How can I contribute in regards to this? So to your point in terms of wider poetry, for me, I think it's whatever space I can create, whatever conversations I can have with folks like yourself, or, you know, folks in the audience that are sharing a similar view, to be like, all right, cool. What we get in at the end is one thing, but how do we actually engage audiences? How do we start to build the new generation of writers, emerging writers? How do we nurture that? I'm interested in those conversations, and I'm also interested to put some stuff aside in order to support some of these writers. But I don't know if other authors, poets, or what have you are as willing to do the same. And I guess that's the key thing I'm asking for here. Where's the willingness in that once you've passed that open mic stage, once you're at a point of like absolute kind of notoriety, what then, you know? But yeah.
I mean, that was as clear a call as I've ever heard to, you know, make sure that some of you in the room do sponsor Yomi's efforts after we get off this stage, so please make sure you're having those conversations. I want to pick up on the thread that all of you've made around these spaces where we can try and bring people who are marginalised away from poetry, and think more a little about how we actually can build those and how we actually can maintain them. Norsh, I'm going to throw that to you. Over the last couple of years of building Poetry Birmingham, and, you know, as you said earlier, you know, moving into this gilded circle, as you know, what are you thinking in terms of maintaining the space, holding the ring, even widening it, and how is your thinking evolving on that front?
It's an interesting one, because I feel like when I'm in conversation with other people who are engaged in poetry, community always comes up as such a big part of their practice, and I know Yomi has talked about that, and that's central to his practice and how he came up. And I always feel slightly at odds with everyone, because for me personally, I've found that rather than a complementary aspect to things, community has been a sort of confounding element to my creative practice. And perhaps that's because of how many communities I've come through and moved through, you know, I've been in religious communities, like Sufi communities. I've, you know, from my own sort of cultural community, I've always found it, you know, there's certain confounding things about community, in that you're expected to play a particular role in a community. The community has certain parameters and borders and limits of what's allowed in the community and what's not, what sorts of expression are okay and are not, what sorts of thinking are okay and are not. So for me, community in space is a sort of, there's something that I struggle in terms of thinking about how to curate and move through them, because they're not as perhaps porous as we'd like them to be, and that's just the nature of community. So I suppose I think about, you know, and that question of like, why poetry? Poetry has been, you know, our song. It's part of our species' history. It's how we remembered things. It's how we put babies to sleep. It's how we celebrated occasions. It's, you know, how we taught. It was pedagogy. It was all of those things. Poetry has always been all these multiple things that human beings have needed and turned to. And it's interesting to think about how perhaps that daily life and those other parts of how we move in the world and the things that we do and how we live have sort of been alienated from the art form, or the art form has been alienated from them, and what has taken that place instead, and what sort of, you know, technologies or forms of entertainment or other genres of, you know, art have sort of stepped in, you know, things like film and TV shows and you know, music and stuff, and where has poetry gone, and where has it sort of been relegated to? So I guess for me, poetry starts in the home with my kids, I feel like in our culture it's been relegated to something that people read at weddings and funerals. And what are the free forms of, of course everything is available online. You can go onto the Poetry Foundation website and find the best of our literature. But in those sort of normal everyday sharing with friends, being with people, and that's more important rather than the poetry community for me is particular friends, my family, like real solid, significant relationships. How is poetry shared there? How can it be more accessible there? And I mean accessible in the sense that present, I suppose. How can we bring it into those moments?
And that's a clarion call, isn't it? And that's something that I think all of us in the room think about from time to time, that we're privileged to be part of a subculture, but it's still a subculture, and we don't necessarily think enough about how do we take it more widely to people. A question to all of you, and you can take this how you wish. Who are we overlooking? Let me, if I give you some context to that, I have benefited from a good 10 to 15 years of, Arts Council efforts, various other institutional efforts to help push me through, into a position within the poetry community, and that's a product of analysis and obviously identifying communities that were previously underrepresented within British poetry, British publishing more generally. Who are we missing right now? Where are the gaps as you see them from your various perspectives? Jo?
So I think it's interesting that we kind of have this conversation and it becomes a narrative almost of guilt, that we're not doing enough, that there are people that we aren't reaching, there are people that we can't get to. There was an interview recently with Degna Stone and Claudia Rankin in The Crack magazine, which is a 3 magazine here in Newcastle, and Claudia Rankin said, "I'm not writing for white people or black people or anybody. I'm interested in people who are interested in the conversation. That's who I'm writing for." And I think that's really interesting because as a publisher, I feel a great pressure to do more than I'm already doing. And I don't think that that's humanly possible. I think as a human being, I feel like I'm never doing enough. I'm not exercising enough. I'm not taking time for self-care enough. I'm not writing enough for my own practice. And I think actually publishing Butcher's Dog in my spare time is an unbelievable feat. And I'm amazed that it happens twice a year, that I find the time to make that happen. And I think it's interesting that in this panel in particular, we're all coming from particular margins and particular oppressed groups, and that actually we're the ones who are thinking, God, we're not doing enough. Where are the white people here coming to, talk about what they're doing for publishing? The people who are empowered, someone from the Arts Council saying, we want to do this with you, we want to make this happen. And unfortunately, it falls often on the people who are oppressed to help people who are also oppressed and to try and lift people up with them. And, as soon as you run a small press, you do come under certain pressures and you fall under certain criticisms. You're not doing enough, you're a gatekeeper. And I think I work incredibly hard with Butcher's Dog to try and hold that gate open. If I am a gatekeeper, I am trying so hard to hold that open. And, we're unfeed. We don't charge people to send us work. We're unfunded. And we have been unfunded for the past 10 years for the magazine itself. So I think the fact that the magazine happens and we've maintained a readership is magic in itself. It's unbelievable that that has been sustained. And part of the reason why Butcher's Dog has continued is because it had a very strong editorial leadership. Degna Stone, who ran the magazine before it was handed over to me, is an incredibly strong black woman who set me up really to understand the ways that the press needs to work and not to put so much pressure on yourself to do more because you're already doing a great thing making the magazine happen. So we give magazines out to libraries, we give them to youth groups. I give more magazines away than I sell. and I make up most of the shortfall on the magazine to print it in terms of publication costs. It comes out of my own pocket because I don't want this magazine to die, particularly a magazine from the Northeast when there are so few of them. And so, yeah, I mean, we're popular because we're egalitarian, we read anonymously, we're not interested in kind of nepotistic relationships or building networks and friendships. We aren't just republishing people whose work was just seen in another magazine, or someone who's just got a book out who it would be really good to publish them because it might sell a few more magazines. We don't think that's fair to submitters. So yeah, and I'm not sure how really it benefits the future of poetry. I mean, we read anonymously because it extinguishes as well, and this is really, really vital, it extinguishes the possibility for someone to come up with the caveat about equality and diversity initiatives in publishing, that somehow by being inclusive and bringing in a marginalised group, that you're sacrificing the quality of the work, which just drives me mad, because it's this idea that if you become inclusive, that somehow the work that you're producing is going to suffer. The quality of the work isn't going to be as good because you're trying to include people. And it's frankly bollocks, because the more inclusive that you are, the better that work will be. And because we're reading anonymously, yes, we're looking for certain themes and thematics in the work. We're looking for regional notes in the register of pieces. We are looking for themes, but we're looking for the quality of the piece. We're looking for a piece that can really change our perspective on the world as readers. And if you do that, that's only ever going to benefit poetry. It's only ever going to speak to readers in a fluid and a useful kind of way. Believe me, we're listening. If you're sending us your work, we're reading your work, and we're trying to hear you.
So cool. So chat to Yomi about cash, chat to Joe about submitting. No, Yomi, would you like to weigh in briefly before I
yeah, super brief. I'm aiming my work. I'm aiming for the kids that are scribing notes in their mobile phone as they rush for the bus to school. I'm aiming for the people that are really geeked out about checking out who's #1 album for the week on a Sunday and they tune into Radio 1. Do you see what I mean? Geeked out for the folks that are really looking forward to like films and look at the trailers for what films are coming out or what have you. My book is going to come out and it's going to serve its purpose within the poetry community, because that's what they geek out over, is the poetry, is that. But it's I want to know, where are people that are either my age or younger that would publishers consider, folks, black and brown editors in their spaces, in their organizations, in their publishing houses? Would they look into that? Everything is a risk. I don't get it right all the time. It might work, it might not work, but at least I tried. I gave it a go. The festival that I'm in right now, that I'm talking to, it started at one point, and even that was a risk. Did they get 10 people in there? Did they get 250, 500? Either way, it was a move to start. And I guess what I'm asking for is, if the question is what is missing, is the thing of, rather than doing what you know works well, how about doing something you're not so sure of and seeing how it goes and work on that? And part of that is, it's calling for fresh blood. It's calling for people on the ground and know what's going on. If you want to talk about what's missing in poetry, there's a lot that's happening. You're just not looking. You're not looking. If you look at it and you see what's going on, and then how about talking to that person that's actually getting things going on, and sitting them, taking them out and saying, what's happening? How can we help you in what's happening? And there's a risk there in losing the current following of the organization or the publishing house, because you're taking on something they don't understand. I'm moving right now to a stage where we need to get understanding.
I'm going to pause you there.
So the question was who was missing. And yeah, I think PBLJ, I've thought a lot about who was missing, because it started out because the journal was missing. The city didn't have something like it. I felt like London did, the North did. They had these serious, you know, publications, periodicals of poetry. Where is it in Birmingham? So we made it. And then I thought, who's publishing these things? I see the same dozen names in all, you know, the big journals, because this person's really fashionable and popular. They look really good on our promo. Their book is hot right now. I didn't particularly care. I wanted to pay attention to the poem rather than the name behind it and whatever sales and, you know, interest that can generate for a brand. And I feel like a lot of the stuff that we hear around inequality, to be honest, I do still feel like a lot of it is a cynical branding exercise for a lot of bigger organizations and more established organizations. And I'm sorry to be negative like that, but you know, sometimes that's how it comes across. And I think that's where the criticism that perhaps Joe alluded to about quality comes in as well, that I think that can happen when programmers are approaching it from that point of view, where they're not seriously engaging with work. They're going through the motions with some sort of, look how diverse we are, branding exercise to plaster it on their posters. They're not paying attention, then they perhaps don't hold it to the same standards then, and sometimes that can slip in. And I've always tried really hard to not do that. To take the work really seriously. If it's not good enough, to help writers develop it, to publish new writers who are not appearing in all these journals. So, you know, that's something that I've tried to do. Local writers in Birmingham, in the Midlands, people who are working in languages that are spoken in our communities. You know, we've published translations from Somali, from Punjabi, from Urdu. My home language is Bari, and poet Nabila Ahmed in Bradford is going to be translating some work from Bari in the new issue, and I'm really excited about that. That makes me happy. That feels like the purpose of PBLJ to me.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. You have had a lot of red meat and a lot of strong opinions. I would hope that that has led to some questions and comments. Can you please raise your hand so I can see you and direct our microphone to you? Don't be shy. You can tell that this panel doesn't bite much.
Much?
Oh, come now, come now. We have a hand up in towards the middle in one of the lower rows.
Thank you so much, all of you. That was really interesting. It made me think about a question from the community arts movement about how do we incorporate creativity into radical struggle, which I think the way you were talking about it is how does poetry become part of that, but actually how is it the other way around as well, like how are you incorporating what you do as a creative practice into radical struggle itself, which is probably far too big a question to be asking now at the end, but it made me think about that, about especially when we were talking about community and the kind of problematic nature of community, that it's this long ongoing question.
Does anyone want to briefly respond to that idea of incorporating creativity into radical struggle and how we might start to go about doing that? It strikes me as a mindset, it's an attitudinal, but what else?
I feel like there's some sensitivities to not wanting to offend or step wrong or doing all these things, but really I think it's simple. I think it's there's so much sensitivities in trying to get things right that I feel like in just thinking about it too much, it becomes so overwhelming that no project happens at all. Do you see what I mean? And I think all it is just a simple conversation. I'm like, I have no idea why everybody in here right now might just feel, oh, what to ask? I'm not sure how to ask it. I'm like, just ask it. Just like send your thoughts out there, because you just don't know how you might have to ask a question or what you might want to say. But the first step is actually making a move. It's actually being like, all right, cool, how do we go about it? So I really appreciate just that. And for me, my thing is, even if you don't necessarily know how to angle it or where to come from, best thing is just to kind of sit folks in a room, sit there down and just be like, all right, how do we approach this? What's the best way to discuss this route of looking at options as to how we go about it? Because I'm saying to you, I don't even have the answers, so to speak, but there's nothing nothing stopping us from just going to sit, I like hot chocolate personally, but nothing stopping from just kind of sitting down and having a conversation to be like, right, cool, this is the stuff I've done in the past, what about you? But at least that's a start, do you know what I mean? So, well, yeah.
Any more questions? Jason?
Thanks. Yeah, really enjoyed those contributions. My question is, has to do with collective work in poetry. So, when thinking about how we get more people participating in poetry, how do we take poetry out of, how do we take poetry into, poetry outside of the, these kinds of institutional walls? I think we know about what one of the major issues, is a kind of deterrence to greater, let's call it democracy. And it is the issue of the author, right, the individual author, right, the issue of the individual generally. And this is not helped by our culture that's so heavily oriented towards social media and, promotion of, it's all a one person thing. So the question is, how do you have any thoughts, you on the panel have any thoughts about how to work one outside of the institutional walls collectively, and how, I guess that's the question really, that, and that involves perhaps thinking outside of even publications, I guess that's where it's at for me. Yeah.
I have a perspective, but I'd like to hear if there are any other perspectives here before I weigh in myself.
Can I give the problematic answer, which is that I'm always on the side of the individual. And so I feel like our relationship to poetry is an individual relationship, and that to me is always at the center. So before I'm thinking about any collective poetry, anything, the only reason I care about it is because it does something to me as a person when I read it. And so I don't want to marginalize the individual almost in a collective, because I feel sometimes that can happen, and that is something that's really difficult then for creativity and for expression and for ideas and for even then working collectively, because we've got to bring ourselves as individuals to the wider group, and we've got to keep our voice as an individual within the wider group, and the wider group can be the oppressive force against the individual, and then so there's that tension always, of course. So I just wanted to poke in before you said your thing and just like advocate for the individual.
Which is a really useful reminder, because I think one of the things that, say, within Malika's Kitchen that is very true is the fact that there has never been a single voice imposed on any of the members that have ever gone through. The 70 of us that are in the anthology, we all write in wildly different ways. But, how has that come about? It's not by chance, it's by ensuring and designing that part of the ethos of the collective is precisely to do that, to avoid that sense of oppression, that avoid that flattening out. The very dull and prosaic practical answer to your question is graft. And, I say that with my chair of Spread the Word hat on. It takes money to do the sort of things that are outside the institutional walls. One of the most successful programs that we've done over our last funding period is called City of Stories, which is a program London-based that hopefully, touch wood with funding, that we'll be able to take more widely around the country, but involves, getting writers into local libraries and inviting as many people down just to get them writing. With no ulterior motive than get them writing. Now, it's expensive, it's time consuming, it's difficult in terms of actually getting bodies on the ground, getting people to them, but that's what it looks like. I would absolutely love to be able to double our funding income so we can actually go and do more of that. But that's the sort of thing that we have to do, that we have to get closer and closer to the ground to be able to do that, and know that, you know, the people who end up in rooms like this start far, far away in libraries like that, and make sure that the conveyor belt keeps going. And that's how, yeah, that's one of the things that is perilously at risk from the next Arts Council funding round, that just cutting off that conveyor belt just on the grounds of, you know, let's be polite and call it Philistinism. I'm sure I can be less polite about that later. But, you know, maintaining that idea that you can be wherever you are, in Sparkbrook, in my corner of northwest London, and actually not know about writing, then suddenly discover it and move up through and make sure those pathways are open. That's time, that's money, that's bodies on the ground. More of that, more of that.
Super quick. I suppose it's how the author integrates themselves within communities in the work they do, which is calling for more from the individual in terms of how do you, you know, I've worked with several organizations, and what I keep hearing over time is, what I keep asking is, do you need me to do anything? Do you need me to do anything else? And they're just like, you're doing more than what's been required right now. And I'm like, this is weird. So in other conversations, what I realized is that there's a very us and them type thing between the author and the organization or the institution that they're working with, i.e., I've got an event next week, so organization, you do all the promotion, I'm just gonna sit and I'm just gonna wait until the day that I need to get there, and the day I get there, I'm just gonna arrive and I'll do what I need to do. There is a relationship that needs to happen, and the organization are calling from the author to also do their part, because they're gonna do their part as well. And I don't know how many authors are up for doing that. But and cross-board, when you think about communities, when you think about ways that they can access other things, that's how the break happens. So engagement happens when people actively see maybe the author doing a bit to kind of put themselves out there, and that's a bit like half and half. You're doing it, oh, I see you're doing it, I'm gonna do some as well. If the decision is made, then I understand that not everybody's like that. But if the decision is made and that person doesn't do that, then they have to understand if the reciprocity is not there.
I'm going to stop you there, because reciprocity is a fabulous word to end on, I think, and that's a good spirit in which to bring the discussion to a close. Do hang on for after, because Joe is going to be back doing some readings with Romalyn, Jason and Anastasia, and which just leaves me to say thank you to being here. Thank you for everyone down the line for being with us as well, and please put your hands together for Joe, Yomi and Naush.
Welcome back, everyone. We've come to the final part of the day, our closing readings. We're going to hear from 4 poets to reflect on these turbulent times and make the case for hope. First, we'll be joined virtually by Anastasia Taylor Lind. Anastasia is an English-Swedish photojournalist who has been covering the war in Ukraine, but is now back briefly in the safety of London. Her debut collection, One Language, includes her moving first-hand experiences of the conflicts in the Donbass, and won the Poetry Business 2021 International Book and Pamphlet Competition. This global emergency broke out long after today's event was programmed, but the people of Ukraine remain very much in our thoughts. So we're really grateful that Anastasia can join us today.
Thank you. Hi, I'm so happy to be able to join, albeit virtually, today. It's a real privilege for me. I'm afraid I don't have any poetic words to speak about what's happening in Ukraine today. I've been there for the last 2 months, reporting since the Russian invasion started. And so I'll begin with sharing some photographs with you and also some very short journalistic stories from Ukraine. This is the town of Trostyanets in Sumy region, the center of the town, which was occupied by Russian forces for a month before it was liberated by the Ukrainian army. The damage that you can see here was inflicted by the Ukrainian army when they attacked Russian positions in the town in the process of retaking it. And in a nearby village, Bilka, which was also occupied by Russian forces, the body of Mykolai Savchenko was found with his hands tied behind his back and executed. And in Bucha, a wealthy northwestern commuter suburb of Kiev, residents watch while authorities excavate a mass grave. Many of the people I photographed on this day were waiting to find the bodies of their loved ones who'd been killed during the Russian occupation of that town. And one of them, Helena, was looking for her son, Dmitro. He was killed, shot in the back by Russian forces. And his brother retrieved his body soon after he was killed, but the city morgue was closed. So they left his body at the entrance to the morgue, along with many others. And Helena told us, we wrote his name and address on a piece of paper and put it inside one of his socks so we could find him again. These are Russian military vehicles destroyed by the Ukrainian army in a heavily damaged neighborhood of Bucha. And this is Olia, a lawyer, and her 12-year-old daughter, Sophia. I photographed them at Lviv railway station where they were waiting for an evacuation train to Poland. And Andrei, who I photographed in a hospital in Dnipropetrovsk region. He was injured in a cluster munitions attack while waiting for an evacuation train at Kramatorsk station in Donbass on the 8th of April. And this is Juliana on the left and Taisia. They're both surrogate mothers carrying foreign children and they were evacuated from Kiev to Lviv when the war broke out, and are living together in a rented apartment there. Taisia gave birth to her surrogate baby boy on the 15th of March, but his biological parents, who live in the United States, were not able to collect him until a month later. And this is Juliana, who gave birth to twins, surrogate baby twins, 2 days ago. The Irish biological parents haven't made it to Ukraine yet, but they're hoping to get there next week. These pictures are from different stories I've been reporting in Ukraine for National Geographic, The New Yorker, The Guardian, and various other newspapers and magazines. So they just show a small kind of snippet of the kinds of stories I've been collecting as a photojournalist. And my relationship with poetry almost always begins in this way. I go out in the world, I do my work as a photojournalist. The more difficult the tragedies that I'm reporting on, somehow it feels to me like the more brevity is required, the less poetry perhaps. And so photography in situations like this, I think has a role to play, sometimes a powerful role, at least in communicating what the experiences might be like for people who are living under these conditions, in this instance, a full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine. And for me, the writing or the poetry writing season comes much later and is usually born out of a frustration at not being able to say some things through journalistic reporting or through photographs. And so I will read 4 poems from my collection that some of which started in this way of, were personal reactions and ruminations on my work as a photojournalist. The first poem is called Welcome to Donetsk, and it was written for my dear friend Elisa Sopova, who is a Ukrainian writer from Donetsk city. And I wrote it after she took me to Donetsk, which sits inside the self-proclaimed Donetsk People's Republic in the east of the country. And she took me to her neighborhood to show me where she used to live before the war started in 2014. At this point, she was living as an IDP in Ukraine. She now lives in America. And actually, she just arrived in Ukraine a few days ago, and I'll be going back next week to report with her, as we have been doing for the last 8 years. But this poem's for her. Welcome to Donetsk. You teach me this wartime trick, to look for living pot plants in the windows on Kievska Avenue. Most are crisped and brown, but one green geranium and a succulent spider plant offer proof of life for the person who waters them. Whole apartment blocks are abandoned, collapsed telephone lines, blown up branches litter the road. No voices, no tinkering metalwork in the distance, no buses, no playing children, leaves rustle, white noise. You say, it's like Sunday every day, stray dogs and swallows and the soft thud of shelling. I've been covering the war in Ukraine since it started in 2014, and before that as well. I photographed the Euromaidan revolution in 2014, which at the time I naively thought was the end of violence in Ukraine. But now, of course, we know that it was just the beginning. Shortly afterwards, Russia annexed Crimea, and the separatist war in the east started. And this poem, Shooting, is a rumination on the experience of witnessing violence without participating in it, and witnessing violence as a photojournalist. Shooting. What have you been shooting? An editor asks one afternoon in the south of France. Table service, Aperol spritz, sunglasses and sunshine. We say we shoot people, fire shutters, take pictures, capture subjects with cameras and expose them onto film. Warfare's words ingrained in our lexicon. The Comanche married guns and horses on the Great Plains. Combining speed and firepower changed the battlefield forever. Cameras again. I wonder what shutter speed Kappa shot the falling soldier with. Perhaps 125th of a second. Fast enough to capture the moment of death for the first time. One afternoon, another year, under a sunless grey sky, Berahina looks out from her pedestal on the black square. Men stretcher the wounded down a hill, leaving a trail of bright red arterial blood across the cobblestones, fresh and thick. I follow, picking my way through smouldering debris and broken glass, my face covered with soot from burning tires, a Maidan tan. Corpses lie under a barricade, each tucked in with a blanket, grey and waxy faces, blue lips, each with a single bullet hole to the forehead or chest. Each ready for his close-up. I shoot them like everybody else. Under a hot shower at night, the water runs black over my feet. And this titleless poem, but what I refer to as the pissing poem, because it's about pissing. On the way home from the pub, Dad, brother, and I stop at the top of Pinkworthy Hill, at the bend in the road where we saw fireflies once, for a pissing competition. A race to see whose stream runs furthest down the Devon lane. Dad wins, our halves of lemonade, no match for his 4 pints of lager. The caravan has no plumbing. On cold nights, Dad and brother piss out the door into a bucket. Me too, one unpajamaed leg swinging out, cocked over the rim, bracing myself off the aluminium frame, my aim inferior. I'd practice peeing like a horse too, naked and barefoot in the field, on tippy toes, bandy legs, back arched, releasing into the long spring grass, piss trickling down the insides of my thighs. In Libya, the threat of unexploded ordnance makes the verge a no man's land for pissers. Squatting to expose my fleshy white backside, I feel the warm spray of splashback on my ankles, ricocheting off hot tarmac with velocity after holding it in for hours. Incoming, fright and flight, hobbled by the genes that knot my feet together. Winter in Ukraine and hay-sweet steam rising between my haunches, warmth reaching my nostrils, an amber pool of urine thawing frosted grass, shaken hips, damp knickers, drip drying. In Uganda, they say, "Do you want to stop and check the tires?" Too polite to ask the real question. And this last poem, Alcoholics Don't Dream, is not a metaphor. Alcoholics don't dream is not a metaphor. I invite Dad to dinner. Since he's dead, he can show up at any time. He arrives at 36, when he became my father, and the age I was when he died. I play the Dad's Dead mixtape my brother made for our drive to his funeral. We sing Cat Stevens, Where Do the Children Play, and smoke roll-ups out the back door. What's for dinner? A childhood game for when he fed me from empty end-of-week cupboards before the trip to town and gyro. What do you want, Dad replies. Fresh pineapples, whole coconuts, a bushel of yellow dates. I play along. Tinned peaches, meringue nests, toasted tea cakes, and penny sweets. Tonight, my kitchen shelves are crammed. I lay the table and we slather camembert onto a French stick, spoon ripe avocados, pluck sun-dried tomatoes from the fatty brine, lick orange oil from our fingers and thumbs. No one drinks, no hands tremor. In a corner of the field where I grew up, blackberry briars built a wall of thorns around Dad's grave. Lilac wrapped limbs across the caravan door, moss crept over piles of empty wine bottles. Using Dad's old tools, my brother and I dug his grave after watching a YouTube video on how to dig a grave. We pitched spade through root, clumps of clay. My palms bled the deeper we got, the harder to stay in the hole. One swinging pickaxe, the other a shovel, back to back until we hit the water table. Thank you so very much for listening to my poems and looking at my pictures and for having me as part of this program.
Thank you so much, Anastasia. That was such a powerful reading. And after all of today's talking, it's really brought home the reality of emergency that is facing a lot of people across the world right now. So we'll now move over to our final three readers. You've done a lot of listening, so I'm not going to introduce them individually, and you can read in full on the printed programme on your seats. Our next readers will be, in order, Romelin Ante, Joe Clement and Jason Allen Pezant, who have been such a vital part of today's discussions. So over to the poets. Thank you. The seats. Our next readers will be in.
Good afternoon. I'll be reading 4 poems from my book, Antiemetic for Homesickness, which is heavily influenced by my personal experiences as a child of a migrant nurse and as a nurse eventually. When I think of the word emerging, I always think about language, and it's coming from someone whose language has been eradicated. The Philippines has been colonized by Spanish for 300 plus years, and then American occupation, and then the Japanese in World War II. So our language has really been as a mixture of those, including our own indigenous language. Perhaps I would start with a poem about language. So this is called Mastering English. In the UK, when they say the sky is not working, they mean God is too high to hear your prayers, or the television channel. The phrase, a drop in the ocean, indicates very little amount in comparison to what is expected or needed, or all the migrants who mysteriously vanished at sea. An arm and a leg is the constellation Marara, deity of rain clouds, seen from the porch where your colleague housemate used to sit with her younger brother. Or what she says as she turns off her heater. What does "I'm just popping out" mean? A man rattling a bolted door, adamant to fetch his daughter from school, even if his daughter has already had daughters of her own. Or your lie when you left your child to work in another country. If the charge nurse declares it's neither here nor there, you must understand it as something unimportant or irrelevant, or an opportunity to ask, where is it then? This next poem is written for my mother, who is still to this day is an NHS nurse, and during the last 2 years of the pandemic has been away from me again. I mean, I couldn't believe it. She was already away when I was growing up in the Philippines as a child, and then she left again because she was called to different accident and emergency departments all over the UK. And I guess this is also for all the nurses and the carers and every one of us who's been there to care for other people. Invisible women. You see them everywhere, these invisible women. One navigates the ache of a corridor and the hour glints with a salvo of needles. A still intubating stylet enters a mouth like a forced prayer. On the news, an invisible woman fell asleep on the steering wheel and somersaulted into daybreak. Debris glittering across the motorway. A splinter buries deeper. She speaks to her patient about his petunias, but doesn't mention the blooms of tumors on his endoscopy scan. They are everywhere, though some hazier than others. Flick through their passports to find only a page, their names and countries erased by sun rays. These invisible women, goddesses of caring and tending, but no one hears when their skulls pound like coconut shells about to crack. My mother walks to work when the sky is black and comes out of work when the sky is black. Her footsteps leave a snowdrop-studded path. In the middle of a plaza, she pauses, the downpour tricking her eyes to believe the statue in the square is a fellow invisible woman. Once, my mother cut through the blurred backs of men towards a gasping child and found a blade of grass fluttering in his throat. The air opened and she was gone. So this next poem is called Notes Inside a Balikbayan Box. So a balikbayan box in our culture is basically, it's just a box. A small, it can be small or big, or you can order it extra large. Balikbayan can be transliterated as to return, to send back home, repatriate. And what we do normally, Filipino overseas workers, we spend a fraction of our monthly wage on little gifts like clothes, perfume, and put it inside the balikbayan box. And once it's full, we send it back home. And I think you must know what it feels like to give a gift, especially during COVID, when all this online shopping has been rampant. So in the last in the last, when I was growing up, my mother used to send us a balikbayan box. And I remember my brother used to wait by the door, waiting for his rubber shoes and video game tapes. And my mother would send with the balikbayan box little notes inside them. And I guess while I was exploring my book, and while I was writing it, I was asking myself what it means to have material things as replacement for your parents or for your loved ones, but also what it means to pass down gifts, not only through material things, but through language. Notes inside a balikbayan box. Dear son, in my place, here is a balikbayan box. Here are the LeBron James rubber shoes, size 9, and the video game tapes to replace all the pancakes I owe you for every simbang gabi and PTA meeting I could not attend. I promise I'll be there for Christmas. I know I've been saying this for a decade now. Find the E45 cream for your grandma's tissue dry skin, a stack of incontinence pads and tubes of barrier balm. Between you and me, every time I roll old people onto their sides and lift their knees to their chest for suppositories, I ask myself, who does this for her? Tell Tita to leave her husband, her school sweetheart whose mistresses are Mahjong and Sabong. Tell her not to bear the stink of his armpits. In the box, find the Gucci Bloom perfume and Scar creams. Tell her I haven't forgotten our vows when we were young and our fingers smelled of lihing muy candies, our walang iwanan oath to never leave each other. Dear son, in my place, here is a balikbayan box. Rip all the packaging tape. Every gift inside is yours. Work your hands hard until there's nothing left. Learn that to survive, we must have strong arms. To carry a tray full of medicine and not let one drop. To push a hyperventilating woman with speed and care to the maternity wing, to lift and sit a skin and bone man down on his chemo chair, to gauge the weight of a rose before you lay it onto a coffin. Take this box inside our house. That is all I ask you to carry for now, my son. Something more. Something less depressing, actually. Hold on. Okay, let's do this together. I'm wondering if you could help me read this last poem. And again, it's such a privilege to be here and to hear all the narratives of today's panelists, participants, and poets. Thank you so much, Poetry Book Society and Newcastle University for inviting me. Please invite me again in the future. Okay, so let's do this. So a part of our community, Filipino overseas worker, when we're away, we gather together. You know, we try to make friends with each other and recreate that sense of community and recreate that sense of home that we're missing. So I wrote a poem in the Filipino poetry form of tagay, or a drinking song. The poem is called Tagay, or Drinking Lambanog with my Filipino colleagues, and it's my attempt to explore what it means to re-emerge from emergency, vitalized and energized. So please do help me read this poem. Every speaker in this poem has a stanza, and the speaker will start with a line like, it's my turn. And tagay, we'll all say tagay. Tagay means cheers in Tagalog. So let's practice it. Actually, I'll raise a glass as a sign. So for example, first stanza, first line is, it's my turn. And then we all say tagay. Okay, it's my turn. That's it. Okay, right. So when you say tagay in Tagalog, you say it with a heart. You believe that one day you will go home and you will be with your families again. And one day all the pain will heal and everything will be okay. So that's the kind of hope. So say it with the heart one more time. It's my turn. Yes, that's it. Okay, great. Tagay, or drinking lambanog with my Filipino colleagues. It's my turn. These 80 proof are talisman for survival. One day we'll go home. I'll go home and scan the crowd for the smile that opens only to me at arrivals. It's my turn. The window is pockmarked by hailstones, but someday Manila's heat will smother us and thaw our frosted lungs. My veins will throb in the orchestra of jeepneys. The road quivers in their silver shimmer. I'll hop on and hunch along the aisle to sit in the sliver of gap between passengers, their sweat-slicked arms fused to mine. It's my turn. Are you drunk already? You drunk already? Okay, it's my turn. When I get home, my bag will burst with Toblerone and Cadbury. My children will lick the melted years off their palms as they listen to my story of the giant of Mount Montalban who shakes his leg to make earthquakes. But at night, my wife and I are certain true belonging is where curtains unfasten and a kiss clicks like a bedside lamp, where earthquakes happen on top or underneath our bed linen. Now it's my turn. I imagine each day as a dating gawi, just like the old times. Tito and I will flag down a tricycle, jodder over potholes, inhale the town's exhaust on the way to Lipas Pansiteria. Bowls of lomi will thump in front of us, its soup thickened with cassava flour. The meat chunk odor of Mickey noodles oozes through crumbed toppings of liver slices and pork scratchings. Until then, it's my turn. Light shatters in the dregs of this bottle. Tomorrow we'll be changing bed covers, soaking dentures, creaming cracked heels. But before I know it, I'll be with my brother, driving to San Juan, along the Larimar gloss of the ocean. Our skin, brined and burnt, will feel the jerk of curved Pamela trunks as we backflip and splatter into clear waters. We'll lie in a rainbow hammock, drowsy in the clatter of Capi's shell wind chimes. It's my turn. In this flat, we stink like sardinas. But soon, I'll trace the not-sweet hint of pan de coco in a woven canister on the back of a peddler's bicycle. Casselli will call from the corner, "Kailan ka dumating? When did you return?" She is as young as the day I left, is still pegging tinapa fish on the laundry line. When the midday sun sears my nape, my schoolmates and I will congregate on the terrace, passing around a karaoke mic and a chaser of coconut wine. As the alcohol knocks everyone out, like the summer that pummeled Pacquiao, I will saunter with my childhood crush in my grandfather's orchard, under the chandelier of jade vines. This last shot is mine. Somebody's already fallen asleep over there. Another one with the heart. This last shot is mine. I've just arrived, and autumn has already settled in my eyes. I'll get used to the English cold. Each time I push a plunger, I'll find in the needle-tip bead a mangrove lagoon. If I endure, I'll earn enough for Papa's heart operation. Here's to you. Soon a morning will explode in the camphor fume of birds' droppings in a basement that beats with 80,000 baling sa sayaw. I'll harvest their dense saliva nest on the ceiling and tweezer out the stuck feathers before boiling them in chicken stock. It would be just like the old times. Papa and I will slurp bowls of nest soup as we sit on cracked, upturned pots amongst the hematoma of flowers. Until then, I'll wear double layers. Until then, yay! Thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks.
You all right? Almost forgot I was reading there. I was enjoying that so much. This might be tough. Here we go. Just in case. So, hello. This is the very first outing of my debut collection, Outlandish. Thank you. The book's officially published later this month, and I'm launching the collection with Claire Shaw and Sarah Wimbush on Blood Axe's YouTube channel on the 31st of May at 7 p.m. And I really hope that you'll join us because it's going to be a wonderful evening. And yeah, it feels very timely to be here, giving what is my first reading from the book, because I wrote many of the poems that are in this book during my PhD here at Newcastle Uni, and this poetry festival has provided without fail an annual watering hole to really nourish and inform my practice. And it's a huge, huge privilege. I know that's a huge privilege to be here today to represent this collection and my family who are all in here. So I'm massively proud of it. Let's jump in. Let's hear a poem. This is from Vault. There's a rifle in the cupboard and the dogs need walked. Back and forth a ball drums the house wall, edging the urn they can't agree what to do with forward. The girls ride leaning gravestones like ponies, their mouths stuck with brambling, nettle-stung ankles, grazed giddy-up green. They smash bees from jam jars, run as the lads kick the ball against the wall where he's sleeping, till his fists scream on the glass and they flush out like so many bees or game back to the moor where pawn pulps open crotches on lampposts which blush and blink as the buses come in asking for exact change and leave without passengers or windows. And I wrote that poem, that lyric poem, about the estate that I grew up on in the northeast in Darlington, my hometown, or Darlow, as I call it. If you lived in the parts of town that kind of pretended that that estate didn't exist, you would call it Darlington. It's very, very proper. Whereas I'm from Darlow, very much from Lascelles Park on Darlow's estate. And Darlington's an interesting place geographically because it's on a kind of crossroads in the northeast. It's a thoroughfare to other market towns. And because of this, there's a very large Gypsy, Roma and traveller population there, including my own family. And the next poem that I'm going to read for you, it contains a series of the kinds of slurs, the romantic stereotypes, words that people use to describe us that confront Gypsy Roma traveller people on a regular basis, the kinds of multiple identities that are at play once you disclose your ethnicity to someone. And just as an FYI, don't use these words. The poem will tell you why. Self-portrait as 100 travellers. Here, no good, nomad, roamer, rover, rom, dom, rye, raider, reaver, truant, turnpike, trash, tatter, tinner, tinker, toad, trickster, tinsmith, tarmacker, bolter, tea leaf, peddler, potter, king, cuckoo, knot, outlaw, trespasser, straw hat, scrapper, Johnny, far, moonman, fly, fitter, flitter, migrant, sharper, harper, dipper, sleeper, soothsayer, Heathcliff, hawker, knacker, clogger, lock, idler, thief, jailbird, Lovell, Boswell, Lee, wagon carried, wayfarer, crooked, filthy, floater, vagrant, vermin, band, muse, wanderer, journeyer, vagabond, smith, gadabout, me, flashy, scum, will-o'-the-wisp, lowlife, rambler, pathfinder, drifter, carney, chav, dog, dregs, Carmen, Maggie, Meg, dove, ratter, pilgrim, peddler, seer, witch, rabble, raggle, taggle, rag and bone, gitano, Egyptian, gyprat, gypsy, gypsy, gyppo, pikey, gone. And I wrote that poem in response to the Firle Bonfire Society in Sussex. Were very prominently on my mind. The penultimate slur in that poem is not one that I'm comfortable hearing, and it's not one that I'm comfortable using, but it needs to be in the poem. This Bonfire Society in Sussex decided that they were going to parade a caravan through town with a registration plate that read P1KEY, and then publicly set it alight. And a traveller family with young children were painted in the windows of this burning caravan, alongside the words, "As you like ye driveways," or "fair?" And the Firle Bonfire Society were asked by the Racial Equality Commission, quite rightly, what was going on there. And all they said about this effigy that was paraded through town was, it was emphatically not a racist comment. In other comments that aren't racist, we're a week on since the Police Crime and Sentencing and Courts Bill received royal assent. And if you don't know very much about this bill, I think you should get yourself clued up, because part 1 of the bill means that public protest is being suppressed. Is this public protest? Who knows where we'll be in a few years' time? Who decides these boundaries? And another part of the bill is that you are found, if you are found to be trespassing, you can be fined £2,500 and you can have your vehicle taken from you. And for people who live on the road, gypsy, Roma and traveller people who live nomadically, if you have your vehicle taken from you, then that's also your home. So you will be made homeless. And you know that this law isn't going to apply to people glamping in VWs, you know, camper vans or whatever. It's a targeted law that's aimed to stop gypsy, Roma and traveller people from stopping. We've lived on the road for many centuries, and traditionally we lived in wooden vardos, which is, I guess, where I'll take you next. This is Vardo. Yeah, and this poem has an epigraph from Brigflats, which I'll read to you in my best Bunting-esque Northumbrian. Vardo, rut thud the rim. That's Basil, yeah. Sure as the colts will nag the fillies, our living wagon prints itself across my mind. lacquered like spring woods where it atches a spell. It's all cut in bonny birds and brushed with roses, windows laced with cockled glass. A wheel bird sent up from its scrape turns like silver in pockets on my head in this flat, tight as bow-top tarp, static as pike skin on flame. And in the Romani tongue, Vado means living wagon, and I suppose that's a very fundamental piece of language because it is a living wagon in that it keeps you alive, it keeps you safe, it keeps you sheltered, it keeps you warm. But it's also keeping us alive in another way because travel is our cultural tradition, and to live on the road is a really key part of our identity. So instead of kind of essentially repealing the Vagrancy Act, which the government has currently done, which makes homelessness illegal, we need the state to start providing Gypsy Roma traveller people with safe stopping places, so sites where travellers can stop as part of a negotiated stopping route, rather than having laws that just say, not here. Because what can we do with that? Where? So yeah, let's move on to another poem. What was I going to do next? Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, this is a bit of a palette change. So in the South Park in Darlington, there is a massive pink granite rock that's at the entrance to the park. And I went there with school one time, and I remember being told that this rock had sort of come down the River Tees, and that's how it ended up in the park. And this is the poem that I'm going to read you next. Got its name from this rock. It's an erratic, and erratics are rocks that move glacially, sort of from one place to another. So it's a type of rock that doesn't belong in the place which it's found in. And I found out it didn't actually travel down it was found in the River Tees, but it didn't sort of hop up onto the park top. This is a 12-ton rock, and it got lifted up into a truck and carried by 8 men, and it fell off sort of still in the same spot at the entrance of this park. Presumably they'd had enough, they were just like, no, we'll just leave it there. It's an entrance point now. There we go. So this is Teesdale erratics. Overnight, they arrive in the gap between the prefabs, whose sides are dashed with pebbles and a sign swung on one screw. No ball games. 3 boulders are planted on the grassy path, earless skulls crowned in whitewash, 2 ton, like the chip the teacher pointed out on her shoulder, sent her off with a slap to the head. She comes here instead to fizz open pop as she sits on the middle one, listening for his quad's buzz up and down the Queen's Highway, the rider shirtless and at speed, without license or helmet. And my next poem is written with another giant in mind. This time it's a literary giant, William Wordsworth. And in his Guide to the Lakes, Wordsworth really vehemently opposed the introduction of larch trees, which he said turned green too soon, because the native trees there have a different kind of cyclical growth process. And so, yeah, I'm interested in the idea of native species, and these larch trees that were being introduced to build ships at the time. I became kind of compelled with them and how they're kind of like people who aren't native, and the way that they are responded to by the locals. What do we mean? What do we mean by local? So I wrote this next one with that in mind. This is larch. Uprooted from Carpathian crests, we burnish in the native green. Out of season, he mistrusts our sudden height, but can't convince the canopy, this company of outskirt trees, each conceding dirt or light to the other. He finds our fires as foreign as his gypsies, sheltered here, blanketed by walls to raise ringlets, wreaths of smoke given back to the silver sky, that shakes with murmurations of winged pollen, far thunder. He begged us, stop sporing spectres, burnt Beltane bows to ward us off, returning to the near dark. Listen low enough, you'll hear us, trailing needled shawls down the corpse road. Larch sisters, bewitching the fells even black with a bloomery of cast iron tongues. Our feet forge ember passage, keep on overrunning these hills. I have just two more poems and then I'll finish. So as we're in Wordsworth's territory here, we're in the lakes, let's pop over to nearby Appleby in Westmoreland, which is the site where Gypsy, Roma and Traveller people have converged for centuries to wash and to trade horses. It's also an opportunity for the community to kind of come together and to catch up, for families to meet. And it's the one time where we're in the majority and not the minority. This is Haunt. Something about not wanting to be touched kept us coming back, or the smell. I'm galloping away on it now. You caught me first by the beach, lids tight, lungs full of hoss, nodding to the hooves' dropped rhythm. I couldn't tell you we were gypsies, admit to the skim of blood that can't settle, that the landscape I am in has to change. You'd never take in the air at Appleby Fair, so thick with horse and home. Shirtless kids riding bareback in the rain and the sound of wet hoof on wet stone. And you know, the way that I talk about my heritage here is it's positive and it's open, but this hasn't always been the case because you just don't know how people will react. And everyone seems to have an opinion about my ethnicity and my culture that's often so far removed from the reality and from the people that I love. Yeah, it can be pretty scary telling a friend even about your ethnicity. And that poem really is about when I started dating and realizing, oh my God, I'm going to have to disclose this information. So yeah. I'll finish with a poem that I wrote on a very long walk, a very, very long walk. It was a 60-mile walk, no less, and not all of it was very flat. And this was with my good friend, the writer, Damien Labar. Damien has an amazing book called The Stopping Places, which came as a great steer for my writing, and this book I don't think would exist without it. So I'm very glad that he wrote it. Damien and I walked together from the Scottish borders to Lindisfarne, which is Holy Island, and together we were tracking a historic Gypsy Roma traveller pilgrim path, and we were trying to trace our presence along that path. But on that journey, we were also establishing a new presence. We were keeping our culture alive. We were wild camping in Scotland, and that's where it's legal. And we were getting some ground under our feet, talking about contemporary identity and writing poems like this final one, which is dedicated to Damien for giving me the strength really to keep going and to keep speaking out about these things. So this poem started at the beginning of our journey at Eildon in Scotland. At Eildon, hard into heels, we found ourselves walking to rise with the sisters, the van ever below, safe as houses. Trusted with distance, you steady the pack, cinching my collar that pulled me back. Steep, the old way knew what lived in there, pressing as a lurcher kneels onto a hare, brindles its curve into the snow's unrest. It saw the clearing in a black wood and a lass behind the lamp, who looks as I did then, heather scuffed, overstepping fizzy wires, slicing light onto birch backs, her boots, steel signs. Eildon knows our stake. Hawkers, moon men, gypsies, names we tried to hide. Out of Scott's view, we sit a spell in the saddle to unshoulder its writhe. Every stitch read trespass. I couldn't leave it behind. Thank you, and please do go to the tent and get a copy of this if you can and support Blood Axe. They're a wonderful publisher, and my huge thanks to Neil for bringing this book into fruition. So thanks very much, everyone.
Hi again. It's been so good listening to Anastasia and Joe and Romalyn. And thank you so much, PBS, for having me be a part of this. The poems that I'll read have to do with a celebration of the joy of being in well, the living world and with generational relationships that have to do with that joy. And mostly that's what they have to do with. So I'm going to read one. I'm going to read a first one. Let me get my list here. The first one is simply called Spring. Spring. Happy children in predictable hordes take the way home that goes through the park. Because the sun is out and because of you, galaxies of sepals changing into masked nights. Naming, 1. In the wood I hear the beautiful call of a bird I do not know. I wish I knew the names of birds and could identify them by their songs. It would be so much nicer to say I heard the warble of a wood pigeon as the red floor of the woodland stretched before me like an avenue through the high rises of beeches and oaks. As I walk on the path and feel the soft cushion, feel my foot press down into the flesh of the dove, because a name is reassurance, a comfort in the flesh to hold these songs in the trees, so something could be mine. Warble, shrill, bell, fluting, something nearly right. 2. The urge I feel is to give things names, but everything is already named. The urge I feel is to connect with this land, these plants, birds, songs, these trees. To name things would be perverse. Perhaps the place within will always escape the name. In the mind, one leaves, and leaves, but on stone, earth, and grass, one stays forever. I have a few trees on my tongue. Oak, maple, birch. I have a few birds on my tongue. Seagull, mallard, redbreast. I have a few plants on my tongue. Rhododendron, English ivy, iris. I have started to see that nothing is itself. Everything turns to something else, like birch bark becoming veste de loup. I prefer the sound of my wife's ancestors, the ashes of their throat, like the rhododendron barks becoming fighting pythons and me gathering chestnuts for dinner in a stream that dips below ground and re-emerges often This life I no longer know. 3. When I go walking in Malum, there's still that part of me that didn't want to come, that doesn't want to be in this land of Carrymore jackets. All I can handle is nature on the fingernails. My grandmother planting Negro yams, shaping the land. All I can handle is the landscape within me, not scenery spread out on a canvas. So, a strand of thinking in my book is around time. Actually question the idea that time is just something out there given that we all step into in a kind of democratic way. We think about the differentials of time as they traverse class, race, gender, and such the like. So I'm just going to read, so I've got a couple of poems called Leisure. And this is Leisure number 2. It's a prose poem. Leisure number 2. Our ancestors' bodies were property. We've carried that knowledge with us. You will find it in our saying, Chicken Mary, hawk the near. Happy children, be wary. The hawk is always round the corner. People who live in the wake of slavery and plantation, we know we must always be on guard. There's something about containment, self-policing, about not being able to totally let go. Deep down, we know that that ability to occupy your space, to look at the world from inside yourself, rather than at yourself from the outside, is also about time. To occupy space is to occupy time. Even as a child, you internalize that your life is less deserving of time than the lives of others, that for you, time is never to be wasted, that your life is marked by doing, working. And at a certain point, this word begins to hover above you, around you. You hear it on television. You learn it as a concept. You can't remember when or where you first heard it. Leisure. Only certain people have it. Do they have it because they can name it the way Westerners name ideas and turn them into money? And now you must unlearn this learning. Learn to carry your body with the confidence of those entitled to time. So yeah, I mean, we all know what season it is, and there are a few spring poems in my book. There's a few poems that deal with every season, but this is another of the spring poems, Daffodils, Speculation on Future Blackness. It's time to write about daffodils again, to hear a different sound from the word daffodil. Imagine daffodils in the corner of a sound system in Clapham. Can't you? Well, you must try to imagine daffodils in the hands of a Black family on a Black walk in spring. You okay out there? I'm going to read a poem called simply Learning Birdsong. It's a short poem, and it's not in this book. It's not in Thinking with Trees, but it's in an anthology that just came out called More Fire, an anthology of Black British writing. Learning Birdsong. Verbs clear the head and enter the flesh. Birds are nearer. Nouns, the spirits of occasions. I catch a song and 5 others escape. A noun cannot hold the sound of birds. The woodland always is poem. are waiting. Do not forget this. I'm going to read the poem that mushroomed into this book. I remember writing this poem and sending it to Michael Schmidt, who, as you know, is the editor at Artnet, as a submission to PN Review. And I'd sent him 2 poems, and I was really taken with this one. You know, he remains taken by it. And he said, I'll publish it. The other one is okay. I'll publish it so that it doesn't look like a fluke. You know, Michael, for those of you who do, you know, he just keeps it real. So it's called, yeah, if I could just find it coming up. Come on. Right, here we go. Working with the word tree. To have money is to have time. To have time is to have the forests and the trees. I look at my baby mind sliding in the sticky film of the bud, rubbing her thoughts between fingers and knowing the purple lips of the involucres in her mouth. And me, am I living my childhood all over again? For her, a wood will not be burnt for fire coal, where the pig pen is, where you hide from your mama, where you escape from scolding and rolling eyes, where the duppies live, where the madman lives, where wild animals, stray dogs, and the unwanted go to die. And me, am I living my childhood all over again? A child's way of pinching flowers, a child's way of touching buds. But what I had never known, this way of listening to the forest. Did Daisy, Miss Patsy's 11th child and my playmate, even know her name was a flower? In porous life was unpastoral. The woodland was there, not for living in, going for walks or thinking. Trees were answers to our needs, not objects of desire. Wood fire. Catch butterflies along the way to grandmother on the other side of the yam field. Just don't do something foolish, like lose the money, or take too long so the pot don't cook before daddy reach home. There's a way of paying attention to plants, a way of listening to trees, a way to hold a flower in your hand, now that I'm here in a park in England, and I stop when called by the pistils of a tree. There is something in the pink that speaks so clearly to me, saying, glad you stopped. I saw you from far away. I don't even know what they call it, but I want to know what it tells me about itself, its appearance with thousands of others on this tree that up to April seemed like death. Our parents and grandparents planted yams, potato slips, reaped tomatoes, carrots, and so on, then market, then money, then food, then clothes, then shoes to go to school. Now I'm practicing a different way of being with the woods, only I try not to stray too far from the path. The daisies glitter at my feet. And I'll just read. You give me a sort of, yeah. And it's called Fear of Men. Must we imagine the trees at dark night, the moonlit fields and woodlands, the banana leaves and their bizarre anthropomorphisms? Must we imagine the moon growing full and strolling in the sky, the clouds that suddenly veil the light, covering the earth in darkness? Must we imagine the moment a gust of wind shakes the branches and when, awakened out of torpor, a patu begins to cry? Must we imagine silhouettes rising, gigantic and black, the involuntary step backward from a human shape and the gasp one makes at the idea of a duppy? Must we imagine the night and its spirits? Must we imagine that, because of fear of roaming men more than of duppies, imagining the night is all we will do? Thank you so much again for listening. That was me. Cheers.
Thank you so much to all of our poets and to everyone for joining us today. We hope you're leaving with a newfound sense of optimism in the state of the world. Poetry can help us through these dark times. Poets, publishers and producers are not only surviving but thriving post-lockdown. Thanks to you, our readers. Poetry is more important than ever. You're all really warmly invited to join us now for some free drinks reception sponsored by the Poetry Book Society to celebrate the start of the festival at the Atrium building just around the corner, and the festival directors will lead the way. So thank you very much.